Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, My Crew is from Otherworld, by FanficLord03. Ryunosuke accidentally traveled to the world of One Piece and was bound to the god-level pirate crew system. My crew? Yeah, it's a little special. First Division, Night Raid, from the Akame ga Kill. Second Division, the Akatsuki, led by Pain, from the Naruto world. Third Division, the Seven Deadly Sins. Adios.
After helping Kuina resolve her emotional knot, Ryunosuke's expression grew contemplative. This sea was far more complicated than he had imagined. Infinity stones, Ravdru, mysterious organizations, and Jiraku Fungyue, each one was a massive secret buried deep within this world. Any one of them could send shockwaves across the entire ocean. And now, Ryunosuke was starting to come into contact with these truths. But everything still felt hazy, like a mirage on the horizon. He could see the outlines, but when he tried to reach out and grab them, they slipped through his fingers. "Captain, what were you and Kuina talking about just now?" Akame's voice broke his train of thought, laced with a bit of annoyance. Why'd she suddenly become all happy? Huh? Ryunosuke blinked in surprise. Akame, well, he scratched the back of his head awkwardly, then briefly explained the conversation. Once she heard it, Akame, true to her unpredictable nature, beamed with delight and skipped away like a child. Ryunosuke sighed inwardly. Women were the most confusing thing in the world. Even harder to figure out than the Grand Line itself. "Nijiko, how much longer until we reach our destination?" he asked, exhaling a heavy breath of tension. "We should arrive by tomorrow evening," Nijiko replied while checking the navigation tools. "Captain, we're back in the mainstream current of the New World. But the islands we're passing are all tiny, no towns or villages at all." She paused, brows furrowed. "Are we really on the right track? This route feels off." Although they were following the eternal pose, the direction felt as if they were looping back toward where they'd started. "Just follow the pointer," Ryunosuke replied, scratching his cheek. "I'm not a navigator, I'll trust you with that." "Understood, Captain," she said with a smile, then returned to steering the ship of God. Meanwhile, at Mariehoa. "Lord Saturn, may I ask why you've summoned me at this hour?" Kirito asked, standing before the elder with a calm but puzzled expression. Since taking command of the Celestial Guard, he had spent much of his time rooting out the remnants of the old regime. Years of indulgence in vice had dulled the edge of many of the former guards, but they still put up some resistance. Fortunately, with the power he'd absorbed from the Dragon Hunter pirates and the intense battles that followed, Kirito's strength had skyrocketed. He now firmly held the reins of the Celestial Guard. "The integration is nearly complete," Saturn said simply. "Come with me. There's something I need to show you." Kirito blinked. "No explanation? Just like that?" "Yes, my lord." He nodded and followed. To his surprise, another familiar face soon stepped into view. Mars, one of the five elder. Kirito's gaze narrowed slightly. These two had never exactly seen eye to eye. Why were they working together now? Was the intelligence they had wrong? "You're bringing him alone?" Mars raised a brow. Saturn nodded. "It's better this way. The fewer who know, the better." That was a warning, and Kirito caught the meaning instantly. Whatever they were about to show him, it was strictly confidential. If a leak occurred, he'd be the one blamed. Trust was a delicate thing. Even from Saturn. Mars turned as they walked. "Still, why now? Why ask to see my department?" "The bottle's not far off, just a month away," Saturn replied casually. "I'm curious." The older man's face held only mild interest, not concern. Even as the shadow of the Dragon Hunter pirates loomed larger, the five elders remained indifferent. To them, even the obliteration of the DW organization hadn't been worth a second thought. "Curious?" Mars snorted. "You haven't even finished your own tasks?" He paused, then said, "Oh, by the way, Lord Emu wants us at the flower room tonight. Think he's upset about something?" They spoke like old friends sharing idle gossip. But the topics, they were top secret, well beyond what most would dare discuss openly. and they said it in front of Kirito, a relative newcomer. Kirito's mind raced. Was this some kind of test? Or was it just how far above it all they felt? He reached for the dragon hunting order tucked in his coat. Whatever he saw or learned today, Captain Ryunosuke had to know. And since he was with both Saturn and Mars, there was no way the blame for any leaks could fall squarely on him. He trusted his captain. Whatever came next, Ryunosuke would know how to use it. The group left Mariehoa and descended to the Sabaody archipelago. Awaiting them at the port was a sleek, jet-black ship that reeked of secrecy. "Let's go," Mars ordered. They boarded the vessel. And then Kirito felt it, an aura so suffocating that his instincts screamed danger. The ship's helmsman was no ordinary sailor. Kirito could feel it in his bones. This man was as strong as he was. A boatman? With that kind of power? The world government's secrets ran deeper than he'd ever imagined? The Celestial Guard? CP organizations? They were just the surface. The real force, the one that would stand against the dragon hunter pirates, was buried beneath it all. Still, Kirito wasn't rattled, not in the slightest. Because he knew his captain wouldn't rush into things without a plan. Before long, their ship reached a towering structure. Impelled down, Kirito muttered, recognizing the prison instantly. It made no sense. This was where the world's worst criminals were held. Why bring him here? Did they already know he was a mole? His muscles tensed. "Kirito," Saturn said firmly, his tone unusually sincere. "I still trust you. But what you see next must never be spoken of. Not to other guards. Not to anyone, understood?" Kirito nodded. Saturn turned. "Good. Let's go." The three stepped into the prison. Within moments, Magellan, warden of Impelled Down, appeared, his massive frame oozing poisonous steam. Even in the presence of the five elders, he maintained a respectful distance, offering only a deep, silent bow. "Check out my new fanfic that I released yesterday. Naruto. Teaching makes me stronger." After the formal salute, Magellan stepped forward and handed a set of keys to the jailer beside him, motioning for them to be given to Saturn and Mars. "Everything below is now unlocked," Magellan said slowly. "All punishments are temporarily suspended. Once the two lords enter, they will resume." "Thanks for your hard work, Magellan," Saturn said with a calm smile. "We're getting closer to solving your condition. Once we do, you'll finally be free to leave this place." "Thank you, my lords." Coo. Magellan started to reply, only for his stomach to interrupt him with a loud gurgle. Without another word, he turned and hurried off. Naturally, he was rushing to the toilet again. Such was the price of the poisoned paramecia fruit. While Magellan was immune to toxins, his digestive system wasn't. Anything he ate would spoil immediately upon contact with his poison-coated insides. The result? Chronic stomach problems. Constant, relentless diarrhea. By now, neither Saturn nor Mars were surprised by his abrupt departure. They didn't even find it disrespectful. After all, if Magellan ever did lose control in front of them, the scene would be, let's just say, unforgettable. Soon, guided by a few jailers, the trio passed through layer after layer of the infamous Impelled Down prison. Even with punishments suspended, a chilling atmosphere still clung to the walls. The kind of darkness that was etched into the very stones. The pirates and criminals held here lived in constant torment, every second a reminder of their sins. Kirito's expression tightened. Even if those prisoners were released now, it was unlikely many would still be capable of fighting. Torture on this scale destroyed the body and crushed the will. Eventually, they reached the deepest level. "My lords, here are the keys. I will take my leave now," the jailer said, handing them over and quickly retreating. He knew the orders well. No one was allowed past this point unless specifically instructed by the prison warden himself. "Let's proceed," Mars said as he stepped forward and expertly inserted a key into the wall. With a soft click and a low hum, a beam of light pierced through the hidden lock. A hidden passage opened, and the three of them stepped inside. What greeted them caused Kirito's eyes to widen in astonishment. The surrounding walls turned transparent, revealing the vast ocean outside. Natural light filtered in through these special walls, illuminating the chamber with a surreal blue glow. Beyond the glass, massive shadows moved. Countless sea canes, all gigantic in size, swimming in lazy, watchful circles. An eerie silence filled the chamber, broken only by the soft hum of machinery and the distant swish of water. So many sea kings gathered in one place. Kirito muttered, his instincts on high alert. There's something serious down here. Soon, they reached a central platform, an elevator of sorts. They stepped on, and without a sound, it began descending. Faster and deeper they went, past layers of pressure that no ordinary human could survive. The deeper they plunged, the larger the sea kings grew. Some were island-sized beasts, creatures that could swallow entire ships in one bite. And yet, these monsters ignored them completely, as if blind to their presence. Guards, Kirito realized. Living guardians of something far more terrifying than even they could comprehend. After more than 10 minutes of descent, the elevator finally stopped. The doors slid open with a mechanical hiss, revealing a massive underground facility. A futuristic base stretched out before them, lined with glowing panels, humming servers, and laboratories sealed in reinforced glass. This is the headquarters of the Scientific Research Division, Mars explained, and it's where Dr. Vegapunk, the world's greatest scientist, once worked. Saturn stepped beside Kirito, voice solemn. This is the most advanced power center under world government control. He pointed to a series of sealed pods. Those from the SW and Dwell organizations? They were all created here. All of them, defective products. Kirito's brows furrowed. Defective? Yes, Saturn Lodge said. Failed experiments. Low-quality models, cast-offs. Kirito was stunned. The Dwell and SW operatives were widely known, feared, even. Though he hadn't personally fought them, the Celestial Guards spoke of them in hushed tones. Even the arrogant among them admitted those operatives were stronger than most of the elite. And yet, they were nothing more than rejects from this place? Then what kind of monsters were the successful products? As they walked deeper into the lab, Kirito's thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a towering figure. Tyrant Kuma. He breathed. It was him. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea. A revolutionary, now reduced to a research specimen. Around him were dozens, no, hundreds, of identical models. Lifeless, mechanical versions of the original. Pacifistas. If these were mass-produced and unleashed. Interested in testing your strength against one? Saturn asked, noticing Kirito's. Kirito cracked his knuckles, his grin sharp. Only if you won't blame me when I break one. He wasn't joking. He wanted this fight. This was the perfect opportunity to gauge their capabilities and understand just how far science had come. If they could replicate warlord-level power, and make an army of such monsters, then no pirate crew in the world could stand against it. Dr. Muto. Mars called out. A man in a reinforced lab suit approached without bowing or removing his gear. His face was hidden behind layers of protection. Lord Mars, the scientist said bluntly. You arrived earlier than expected. We're still short on key metals. Without them, production of the new units will be delayed. The shipment is already en route, Saburo replied. For now, prepare a test chamber. One of our captains will fight the next generation pacifista. We want to see how it performs. Dr. Muto glanced at Kirito, visibly doubtful. That skinny guy. Don't let appearances fool you, Saturn said, smirking. Dr. Muto remained skeptical. Let me make one thing clear. These units are built for war. Once combat mode is activated, they won't stop until the enemy is dead. We sacrificed mobility for raw offense and defense. If it kills him, we won't complain, Saturn said flatly, if it can. The doctor hesitated, then nodded and activated the necessary systems. Kirito stepped forward, fists clenched, eyes glowing with excitement. He was ready. Let the experiment begin. Kirito stepped forward, responding firmly to Saturn's trust. I'll do my best, he said with quiet determination. The moment the words left his mouth, a powerful aura surged from his body. Though still restrained, the pressure he emitted was undeniable. After all, standing in front of him was Dr. Muto, not a warrior, but a scientist. There was no point in overwhelming someone who had no combat ability. Let's get started, Dr. Muto said after a brief hesitation, leading the group toward a sealed room. She placed her hand on a scanner, and the door hissed open. The space inside was vast, like an arena hidden within a lab. In the center, a large protective shield glowed faintly, pulsing with energy. "This is the testing chamber," she explained. "What kind of opponent would you like to face? Should I activate the strongest model?" Her tone was calm, bordering on proud. Despite standing before a skilled warrior like Kirito, she showed no fear. Their scientific creations were her pride, and in her mind, nothing could easily surpass them. "Go ahead and unleash the strongest one," Kirito replied, his eyes flashing with intensity. "Otherwise, what's the point?" He stepped inside the barrier with a smirk. "I want to know whether the strength I've gained through practice is stronger than the fruits of your so-called science." Dr. Mudo's lips twitched into a cold smile. "Confident, aren't we? Very well, let's find out." He tapped a console. "Research Room 1. Dispatch the sulfur monosulfide level pacifist to test Room 5. The 5 elders are observing. Let's show them what we're capable of." "Understood, Dr. Mudo," came a mechanical voice through the intercom. Moments later, a massive nutrient pod was wheeled into the room, its contents hidden behind thick glass and a greenish fluid. Kirito's expression shifted slightly as he took in the figure inside. "This is an sulfur monosulfide level pacifist." He couldn't help but feel the pressure emanating from it, even before the pod opened. Every cell in his body was on alert. This wasn't going to be easy, and that excited him. Ka-cha, whoosh, with a hiss, the nutrient fluid drained and the pod's door lifted. The imposing figure of a humanoid bear stepped out. Its eyes glowed faintly, and its mechanical body radiated danger. A voice crackled in Kirito's ear. "Target. Eliminate the intruder." Kirito grinned and slowly drew his twin swords, the fire in his eyes burning brighter. "It's been a long time since I felt a thrill like this." Boom! Before he could act, a shockwave blasted out from the pacifist's hand. The entire shielded chamber shook under the force. This wasn't just any attack. The very same material that protected the outer shell of their underwater base was now trembling. "What an insane strike," Kirito muttered. "But if you think something that sloppy will hit me, you're dreaming." He darted forward, reading the machine's movements, dodging narrowly and countering with precise sword strikes. But his blades barely left a scratch. "This thing's body is insanely durable," he muttered, panting as he flipped backward to gain space. "This is going to be tough." The pacifist was relentless. Its AI had evolved. There were no predictable patterns, and it attacked with shockwaves, high-speed physical strikes, and advanced mobility. Kirito had to constantly move, think, and react. His breathing grew heavy. He was pushing himself but making little progress. Just then, a calm voice echoed in his ear. "Kirito, focus. There's a critical point in its chest. If you can hit that, you might just win." It was Ryunosuke's voice, composed, as always. Kirito's eyes widened slightly. He had been so caught up in testing the machine's limits, he had forgotten the most important part of battle: targeting weaknesses. "You're right," he muttered. "Thanks." His grip tightened on his blades as he steadied his breath. "All right, let's see if your strongest point is also your weakest." He launched himself forward, blades slicing through the air in a crisscross pattern. With a fluid motion, he leapt high, flipped midair, and drove both swords into the pacifist's chest. Clang! A shudder ran through the machine. It staggered backward as sparks flew from its chest. Kirito had hit the core. The pacifist, just moments away from launching another deadly shockwave, froze. Then, with a loud groan, it collapsed. Kirito didn't stop there. He slashed in an X pattern, and the machine split cleanly down the middle. The room fell silent. "That's it," Kirito exhaled, brushing a lock of hair from his eyes. "This is the new model? Kind of underwhelming." That critical spot was way too obvious. From the observation booth, Dr. Mudo stood in stunned silence. "How?" he whispered. "We specifically placed the core in the chest to avoid attention. The visibility is excellent, but we designed the internals to mask the energy signature during combat." He gritted her teeth. No one was supposed to find it that quickly, not even someone like Kirito. Mars, standing beside Saturn, looked visibly displeased. "This is your best work, Dr. Mudo?" he said coldly. "I brought Saturn here to witness our strength, and this is the result? I'm beyond disappointed." Dr. Mudo opened Hugh mouth to respond, but another voice cut through the room, deep, composed, and impossible to ignore. Enough. Even Mars's expression shifted upon hearing it. Dr. Vegapunk, he said in surprise, quickly recomposing himself. Vegapunk appeared calmly on the screen, arms folded. Are you saying we've failed, Captain Saburo? He asked, his voice devoid of emotion but heavy with weight. Mars hesitated. I'm saying your creation was defeated easily. That doesn't inspire confidence. Vegapunk's eyes narrowed. And yet, you brought the captain of the Celestial Guard, one of the strongest individuals alive, into our lab to test a prototype. What exactly did you expect? He raised an eyebrow. If we mass-produce these sulfur monosulfide-level pacifists, we can supply 1,000 within a month. Can even your top soldiers withstand 1,000 pacifista-level enemies? The rhetorical question hung in the air like a blade. There was nothing more to say. Even so, Mars muttered, I expect improvements, we're leaving. Without another word, he turned and walked out, Saturn following behind. Vegapunk watched silently, then turned to Dr. Mudo. Begin the post-battle analysis. I want a report on how he found the core, and how we make sure no one ever does it again. After leaving, Mars returned to his quarters in silence, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Saturn led Kirito to the headquarters of the Celestial Dragon Guards. Kirito, you did well this time, Saturn said, placing a hand on his subordinate's shoulder. When the time comes, I'll reward you with a famous sword. He paused, then continued more seriously, now, your task is to train the others. Raise the strength of the Celestial Guards again. In 1 month, I want the world, and the Dragon Hunter pirates, to witness the might of the world government. With those words, Saturn walked off, his mood visibly lifted. During this period, Mars had constantly mocked him for reshuffling the Celestial Guards. Recruiting a newcomer like Kirito was considered madness in the eyes of many, and it had earned Saturn the ire of other elders, but today, Kirito had vindicated him. As Saturn left, Kirito quietly turned and returned to his room. New world, an unnamed island, Captain, in a month, if they unleash 1,000 of those things. Najenda said with concern, gazing at a rough map spread across the table. It could devastate our forces, especially the support crews. The logistics won't last long against a behemoth like the world government. Ryunosuke, standing at the helm of the Situation Room, responded flatly, no. His voice was firm. Tell Yahiko and the others to push forward. As long as they're under our banner, they have the right to fight. If any refuse, I won't stop them. But once the battle ends, they're out. The Dragon Hunter pirates aren't a refuge for cowards. Najenda nodded thoughtfully. He was right. Denying them a role in the fight would only demoralize them. Worse, it would rot the crew from the inside. At least this way, they could purge any weak links. Kaido's probably already made his move, Najenda added. I doubt those medals will make it to Impel Down. Ryunosuke smirked. Exactly. Our job now is to stir up even more chaos for the world government. He pulled out a Den Mushi from his coat and dialed a number. The snail phone clicked. Brother, a familiar voice rang from the other side. Where are you now? Are you headed back to the East Blue? I'm here already. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. You're in the East Blue? Don't tell me, you're going to rescue Kuma? There was silence. On the other end, Sabo's eyes widened. How did he know? Even within the Revolutionary Army, only the higher-ups were aware of the plan. They hadn't even made a move yet, and yet. But we still haven't located Kuma. We got some info at the cost of Kuma, but. Sabo's tone was tinged with frustration. Ever since Kuma was handed over to the research division, he'd lost all awareness. No solid leads, no confirmed location. I know where they are, Ryunosuke said calmly. Now it's your turn to move. It's not our style to do something like this, and besides, I don't even like that guy. Sabo was silent. Starry, seated nearby, watched in confusion as Sabo stood up abruptly, knocking over a chair. Brother, you're not joking, are you? Do I sound like I'm joking? Ryunosuke said with a grin. Sabo's heart was pounding. Ryunosuke, his brother, the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates, was casually revealing classified intel the Revolutionary Army would kill to have. Sterling stared wide-eyed. Sabo, the calm and composed leader he'd always idolized, was rattled. Who could make Sabo react like this? Listen up. The scientific research unit is hidden beneath Impel Down, below the lowest level of Advanced City. There's a hidden passage leading to the lab. Vegapunk and Kuma are both there. Magellan has the key. Ryunosuke's voice grew serious. Impel Down is the only access point. You can't get in from the sea. The pressure alone would crush you. Plus, the area is swarming with Sea Kings. Even if they're not official guards, you can't sneak past them. So, the rest is up to you. Sabo clenched his fists. Got it, brother. You go do your thing. I'll contact the chief. Good. And hey, if it gets too dangerous, don't push it. Your life matters more. If things go south, wait until I've dealt with the world government. I'll help you break them out myself. Understood. Bye, big bro. The line clicked. Sabo turned, ready to contact Dragon, when Starry blurted out, Brother, who was that on the phone just now? That? Sabo said with a proud smile. That was my big brother, Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Starry's jaw dropped. Sabo didn't stop there. He went on to recount Ryunosuke's deeds. His fearless assaults, his rogue strategies, and the revolutionary ideas that had even shaped their current policies. By the time he finished, starry eyes sparkled like stars. He had spent most of his time as Sabo's puppet, unable to explore the world, much less dream of it. But hearing about Ryunosuke's boldness, his defiance, and his unwavering loyalty, it stirred something in him. Alright, Starry. There will be time for that later. I've got to call the chief. Handle things here for now. Sabo vanished in a burst of wind. Sterling remained, his gaze hardening. This mission was blessed by his elder brother Sabo. Created by Ryunosuke, the brother of his brother. There was no doubt in his mind. This was the right path. Perhaps they had been too cautious before. If they were going to make a move, then it should be decisive. With that resolve, Starry took the Doents and headed out. He arrived at the private villa he shared with the princess. You're back? A gentle voice greeted him as he entered the courtyard. It was Sari, the princess of the Goa kingdom. Yeah, Sari, there's something I need to talk to you about. He gently took her hand, the Doents tucked under his arm, and led her inside. Later, as she sat stunned by what he had just told her, Sari stared at Starry in disbelief. Could he really be planning to go through with something like this? Unbeknownst to him, Ryunosuke had subtly influenced Starry. But of course, he remained clueless about it. At the moment, their ship had arrived at a small, uninhabited island. One marked by the eternal pointer they'd been following. Staring at the lonely mass of land ahead, Ryunosuke couldn't help but frown in doubt. Was this really the right place? This was supposed to be Rock's treasure? A location as important as this, should it really be some random, isolated island in the New World? Even someone with average observation haki on their crew could scan this entire place with ease. There were no hidden traps, no threatening presence. Just a bland island sitting in the middle of nowhere. Could the treasure really be buried here? And then there was another thing that bugged him. There were plenty of islands like this scattered across the New World. Why this one? Had Rocks hidden something in advance and marked it with a special eternal pointer? His thoughts boiling over, Ryunosuke finally turned around. Nijiko, are we even in the right place? They had spent weeks searching, and this anticlimactic island felt like a slap in the face. That's right, Nijiko said confidently, holding up the eternal pointer. This one's special. It wasn't just recorded, it was set. Set? Ryunosuke raised a brow. Normally, there are 2 eternal pointers like this, Nijiko explained. If one is destroyed, the other permanently points to the broken location. This isn't just any pointer. It's the kind only used in special circumstances. There's no way Rocks would waste it on a joke. Her words made sense. Eternal pointers like these were extremely rare, both now and back in Rock's era. Even a pirate as chaotic as him wouldn't use something so valuable for a prank. I see, Ryunosuke nodded. Without further delay, he released his observation haki, sweeping across the entire island. He wasn't just looking. He was feeling everything. The terrain, the creatures underground, even the composition of the soil. And soon enough, he sensed it. A box, hidden beneath the earth. eerily similar to the one they'd found in the Valley of the Gods. So rocks really had left something here, but oddly enough, Ryunosuke didn't feel excited. They hadn't overcome any obstacles to get here. No traps, no guardians, no riddles. Just a pointer and a buried box. It didn't feel like an adventure. It felt like skipping to the ending of a story without reading the middle. Sure enough, the box was dug up and brought onto the deck of the ship of gods. "This is the legendary treasure of rocks?" Najenda asked, blinking at the worn-out wooden box. "Doesn't look like much." Honestly, she wasn't alone. Everyone stared at the box with visible confusion. If they had braved deadly seas, beast-filled islands, and ancient puzzles to get here, maybe this would feel meaningful. But this felt like ordering a legendary feast and getting a plate of cold fries. "It's the same kind of box we found in the Valley of the Gods," Ryunosuke confirmed, still unimpressed. "Brother Ryunosuke, what's inside?" Akame asked with curiosity. "Please don't tell me it's, like, smelly socks or something." "I hope not," Feng Tian chimed in. "That would be a tragic end to this adventure." All right. Let's open it," Ryunosuke muttered. He wasn't expecting much. He flipped the lid. Inside was just a single piece of paper, that's it. A month of searching for a sheet of paper? If they had spent that time hunting Pluto's location instead, the ship of gods might have evolved again by now. Ryunosuke felt like he'd just been conned. "Captain, wait, there's something written on it," Najenda said. "It's a note from rocks." Everyone leaned in as she read aloud. "Ha ha ha, has someone finally found this? World government, your good days are coming to an end. Whether you're a pirate or a civilian, bring this to Roger. And if you find the following information useful, read on." Ryunosuke exhaled slowly. So, rocks had written this, and even entrusted it to Roger? That alone proved its value. Rocks wouldn't have trusted anyone else with something important, not after God Valley. He read on, his eyes gradually widening. This wasn't a message left during the Valley of the Gods battle. This was from 20 years after. Apparently, Rocks had survived his defeat at God Valley, though barely. He'd escaped death, even with the massive injuries left by Garp and Roger. But Rocks was no ordinary pirate. Using his treasure reserves, he exchanged them for rare medicines and cutting-edge treatments. Miraculously, he recovered, body and strength both. And the first thing he did? He went straight to Mariajoy. This event had been completely erased from public history. The world government had covered it up, because even they saw it as a shameful moment. Rocks rampaged through the Holy Land. The 5 elders, then young and inexperienced, couldn't stand against him. The celestial dragon guards were swept aside like flies. Then, Rocks saw him, the man taken from the Valley of the Gods. And behind that man stood the one person Rocks couldn't ignore. "I am the ruler of the world government." The scene that followed was brutal. Out came the king, a towering being with devastating shockwaves. With each blow, Rocks was pushed closer to the edge, reliving the agony of his clash with Garp and Roger. And yet, with his last ounce of strength, he managed to steal half of the king's essence. Yes, steal, because Rocks was the former user of the dark fruit. And with its awakened power, he extracted half of the king's soul and fled. During his escape through a hidden tunnel, he encountered 2 infants, newborns. He infused that half-soul into their bodies before disappearing into the darkness. And the exit of that tunnel? This very island. By the time he emerged, Rock's injuries were beyond healing. His body began to collapse. And then, he met a woman. Ryunosuke's hand trembled slightly as he read the name. Belle Mirror. His head snapped up to look at Nijiko. Could the other child be Nami? Ryunosuke's brain short-circuited. Even the craziest dramas wouldn't dare write a plot twist like this. "Captain?" Najenda tilted her head. "Did you find something unusual?" "Yeah," Ryunosuke muttered. "Something explosive." He handed her the letter silently. As she read, her eyes darted to Nijiko. "Why are you all looking at me?" Nijiko asked, blinking. "Don't tell me Rocks actually wrote about me in there? Back then, I wasn't even born." She laughed awkwardly, waving off their stares. Indeed, back during the God Valley battle, Nijiko hadn't even existed yet. After hearing Nijiko's words, Ryunosuke and Najenda exchanged awkward glances. She was right, this matter really did concern her. "Don't look at me like that," Nijiko muttered, clearly flustered. It really does seem like this has something to do with me." She quickly stepped to Nagenda's side and picked up the notebook. But the moment she saw Belmare's name written inside, she froze. This," she stammered. "Captain, what does this mean, Nami and I?" Nijiko's voice trailed off, her expression overwhelmed with disbelief. She had always believed that she and Nami were abandoned orphans, babies Belmere had found drifting at sea, without names or identities. But now, not only did they have identities, they had origins tied to something incredibly dangerous. If the contents of this notebook were true, then the power of the ancient weapon Uranus was somehow connected to both of them. Nijiko's chest tightened. She never once felt anything special about their lineage, but then again. Her thoughts raced back to their uncanny sensitivity to weather. Nami had been able to detect changes in the climate from a very young age, almost like a sixth sense. Nijiko herself had only begun to notice the ability after going out to sea. And now that she thought about it, she'd never met another navigator with those instincts, not even among the strongest pirate crews. That kind of talent came at a price, didn't it? "Captain, it's all right," Ryunosuke interrupted gently, cutting her off. "Whatever your past was, whatever your bloodline might be, it doesn't matter." He gave her a firm look. "Right now, you have only one identity. Navigator of the Dragon Hunter Pirates." His voice was calm, but resolute. He understood exactly what Nijiko feared. If the world government discovered this connection, they'd hunt them down without hesitation. To them, someone tied to Uranus wasn't a person. They were an asset to be exploited or dissected. "Captain," Nijiko's voice caught in her throat. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She gave him a grateful look before quietly turning and walking back into her cabin. "Nagenda." "No need to follow her," Ryunosuke said calmly. "Give her some time. Let her process this on her own." Then his tone shifted. "We may have to head to the East Blue." He glanced down at the notebook in his hand. The entries ended abruptly after the mention of Belmere. The other half was missing. But Ryunosuke had a feeling it was back in Kokoyashi village. "You mean go now?" Nagenda asked. "We might not make it in time," she added, calculating quickly. "Even with the ship of the gods, crossing the calm belt to reach the East Blue will take time. And don't forget," she reminded him, "we still need to head to Marihoa soon." "Let Yahiko handle it," Ryunosuke replied, after a moment's thought. "Kokoyashi village isn't hard to locate. He can scout it with a video transponder snail. We don't need to go ourselves." With that, he picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed Yahiko's frequency. The revelations in the notebook weren't just shocking for Nijiko, they had unsettled Ryunosuke too. Why had Rox made a move like this in the first place? What was he after? What could have driven him to take things all the way to Marihoa? And more importantly, how was Rox connected to the dark fruit? He had once wielded it, now, Blackbeard had it. Was the fruit about to awaken again? Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes. The dark fruit was dangerous enough already. If it reached awakening, if Blackbeard gained the ability to absorb and erase even the very essence of others, then he would become a catastrophe, a walking black hole. Even Ryunosuke wasn't confident he could stop him. Once Yahiko's task was set, Ryunosuke reached out to someone else, Morgan's. "Captain Ryunosuke, what a surprise. You've got big news for me again, don't you?" Morgans chirped excitedly through the Den Den Mushi. "No," Ryunosuke said flatly. "I want an update on Blackbeard. I told you to track his movements. It's been weeks, and I haven't heard a word." "Ah, that." Morgans chuckled. "Well, the truth is, he's disappeared." "Disappeared? He's lying low. Smart move, honestly. With the war between you and the world government heating up, if I were him, I wouldn't show my face either. The Dragon Hunter pirates are too hot right now. He's probably waiting to see who comes out on top." Ryunosuke frowned. Morgans definitely knew more than he was letting on. But if he wasn't willing to share, Ryunosuke wasn't going to waste time pushing. "Oh, one more thing," Morgans added, his tone shifting. "A group from the world government bought some intel from me. They're heading your way." "Who?" "Miss Bakken. Brought her idiot son Weevil and a bunch of elite agents. Just a heads up." With that, Morgans ended the call. "Bakken?" Ryunosuke muttered. Since when did she start working with the government? And if she was resurfacing now, wasn't she worried about Zephyr? That thought sparked something in his mind. Zephyr's new navy. They'd broken off from the world government, operating independently now. With the Marines too distracted to rein them in, they had free rein. Zephyr, that old man, still had principles. Maybe he even had information worth gathering. But if Ryunosuke wanted to talk, he'd need to offer something first. Zephyr wasn't the kind to entertain pirates without a reason. Perurururu, he contacted Morgans again, this time to ask for Zephyr's location. Once he had it, he sent an official invitation, through Morgan's channel. No sense in sailing off now, not with Bakken's group en route. Better to stay put and let them come. Meanwhile, on an island deep in the New World. "Sensei, the newsbird just dropped this off." Ian handed a letter to Zephyr. "Another one?" Zephyr muttered. "Probably Garp or that relic Sengoku again." Still, he opened it quickly. But when he read the sender's name, he froze. The Dragon Hunter Pirates. A pirate crew, sending him an invitation? And not just any pirates. Ryunosuke's crew. Zephyr's expression darkened with intrigue. "Sensei? Is something wrong?" Ian asked, noticing the change. Zephyr said nothing for a long moment, eyes scanning the invitation again. Zephyr didn't say a word. Instead, he silently handed the invitation letter to Ain. "This is," Ain's eyes widened slightly as she skimmed the contents. "Teacher, should we really consider accepting this?" she asked, her voice uncertain. "This is the Dragon Hunter Pirates we're talking about." Her words hung in the air. Ain didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Everyone knew the purpose behind Zephyr establishing the Neo Navy after leaving the Marines. To create a force that stood firmly apart from pirates. Yet now, the Dragon Hunter Pirates had sent them an invitation to join forces against Miss Bacon. If they refused, it was almost guaranteed that the Dragon Hunter Pirates would simply eliminate Bacon and Weevil on their own. But if they accepted, wouldn't that make everything they'd stood for until now meaningless? Ain didn't know what to say anymore. It was an impossible choice. "There's also this," she added quietly. A Den Den Mushi came with the letter. Only then did they realize the news coup hadn't just delivered an invitation. It had also dropped off a Den Den Mushi. Clearly, it was the direct line to the Dragon Hunter Pirates. "Give it to me," Zephyr said. He took the Den Den Mushi in his large, weathered hands and stared at it for a long moment. "If they left a line open, then I want to hear what this, Captain Ryunosuke, has to say." Zephyr's voice was steady, but his expression showed a hint of hesitation. Deep down, he knew what it meant. Just the fact that he wanted to hear Ryunosuke out meant his heart was already wavering. Because the truth was, part of him already agreed with what Ryunosuke was doing. He just didn't have a reason strong enough to admit it aloud, yet. The Den Den Mushi clicked to life. "Peru, Peru." A moment later, a calm, confident voice echoed from the receiver. "Chief Instructor Zephyr." "No, that title no longer fits, does it?" the voice said casually. "I should call you what you are now. Admiral Zephyr of the Neo Navy." Zephyr's eyes narrowed. "Captain Ryunosuke, we're not Marines anymore," he replied gruffly. "But that doesn't mean we're about to cozy up to pirates either." He leaned forward. "If you want to convince me, then give me a reason, just one." There was a beat of silence. Ryunosuke's voice came back, calm and firm. "Tell me, Zephyr, do you believe justice depends on which side you stand on?" Zephyr was stunned. He opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. He wanted to say yes. He wanted to say that pirates were evil, and the Marines were righteous. That was the simple truth he'd lived by for decades. But how could he? The world government had known full well that Weevil murdered his family, and yet, they still made him one of the 7 warlords. The Marine top brass had been silent. His students, his comrades, none of them spoke up. They all turned a blind eye and bowed their heads to tyranny. Was that justice? "Justice is supposed to stand against evil," Zephyr said at last. "From the moment you became a pirate, you chose the wrong side." "Really?" Ryunosuke replied, not missing a beat. "And the Navy? Are they the righteous champions of justice? Or are they just the armed wing of the ruling class, protecting the interests of nobles and tyrants?" Zephyr clenched his jaw. Let's not get abstract, Ryunosuke continued. Let's talk specifics. Have you ever heard of my dragon hunter pirates committing any crimes against the innocent? Any massacres, plundering, or oppression? Zephyr opened his mouth to respond, but stopped. He wanted to argue. The dragon hunter pirates were labeled as dangerous. Ryunosuke himself had been branded the most evil pirate of the new generation. But when he really thought about it, all their so-called crimes had been directed at the world government, not civilians. In every skirmish with the Marines, they had held back, never delivering fatal blows, even when they had the upper hand. And everyone knew that was only because Garp was still in the Marines. Even that restraint could be considered admirable. Then there were the territories under the dragon hunters' control. Zephyr had seen them with his own eyes. The people there were happier than in most places governed by the world government. Dressrosa, for example, once ruled by Doflamingo, a tyrant who turned civilians into toys and slaves, had been liberated by Ryunosuke. Now, its people were free, smiling, and full of hope. They even said things like, "If not for the pirates, we'd still be slaves." Could the Marines have done that? Would the world government? Zephyr took a slow breath. He felt as if a weight was pressing on his chest. Maybe he had been wrong all along. I see it now, Zephyr muttered. The Navy's justice was never meant for the people. It was justice shaped by the ruling class. In the moment I couldn't stomach it anymore. I should have walked a different path. He looked down at the Den Den Mushi, voice heavy with emotion. That's why pirates like you exist. Because the world forced you into that corner. Ryunosuke's tone remained cool and inviting. The news coup delivered an eternal pose along with the letter. Follow it. Come to our current location. His voice softened slightly. This is my gift to you, Zephyr. I still have a lot of questions I want to ask you, man to man. And with that, the line cut off. Zephyr didn't move for a while. He simply stared at the silent Den Den Mushi. Teacher, are we really going to cross that line? Ain asked, uncertainty clouding her eyes. She had always supported Zephyr. Always followed him, even when he formed the Neo Navy. But now, if he chose to ally with a pirate crew, even one like the Dragon Hunters, that line between right and wrong would blur forever. But she had also heard the conversation. She had no argument left. Because Ryunosuke's words had exposed the twisted logic of their world. The Marines, the pirates, the warlords, the government, even the Revolutionary Army. They all believed they stood for justice. But each one judged good and evil through the lens of their own cause. Ain, Zephyr said quietly, lighting a cigarette. Smoke drifted into the air as he looked out at the sea. You don't have to come with me, this is my decision. But as the embers glowed faintly, she saw how weary his face had become. How much older he looked, as if 10 years had passed in a moment. He wasn't the same driven man he used to be. Time had chipped away at his strength and resolve. Still, there was a spark in his eyes. I'll come, Ain said, standing tall. Her voice was clear. If you're going, then I'll go too. We're with you as well. The rest of the crew echoed her declaration, standing behind Zephyr as one. This was the ship of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Captain, do you really think Zephyr will come? Najenda asked, furrowing her brows. He's the former chief instructor of the Marine headquarters, she continued. Even the 3 admirals were personally trained by him. Would someone like that really cooperate with us, pirates? There was no contempt in her tone, just genuine confusion. A man of Zephyr's stature working with pirates sounded unbelievable. Ryunosuke leaned casually against the mast, arms folded. He will, he said firmly, because he has no other choice. Unless he's willing to go back to Marineford right now and tell Sakazuki that Sengoku and the others were wrong. But Zephyr isn't that kind of man. He won't beg, he won't turn back. His voice was calm, but unwavering. The reason Zephyr left the Marines is already well known. There's no going back after what happened to his family. And now, Weevil has become a Shichibukai. It's official. He glanced toward the sea, his eyes distant. Even Sakazuki, hell, even the fleet admiral himself, can't do anything about that. The Shichibukai system is handled directly by the world government. The Marines are just spectators. Najenda fell silent, trying to process what Ryunosuke had said. In other words, he went on, Zephyr will never be able to return to the Marines, unless the Navy decides to sever ties with the world government and go after Weevil themselves. A faint scoff escaped his lips, and we both know that's never going to happen. So, what now? She asked. Are we just going to wait here for Zephyr to arrive before making a move? As I recall, his only target is Weevil, right? She paused, then added hesitantly, when the time comes, should we? You know what to do when the time comes. Ryunosuke cut her off before she could finish. With that, he turned and walked toward the bow of the ship. Sitting down on the edge, he stared out into the vast, endless ocean. His thoughts drifted. Yahiko was currently on his way to Kokoyashi village. Rox had left behind some kind of message, something buried in Mary Joie's. Yahiko was going to uncover it. And now, with Zephyr being invited and Weevil marked for death, they were once again about to challenge the authority of the world government. Just earlier, after gaining Zephyr's trust, Ryunosuke had received another surge of reputation points from the system. The message was clear. The system wanted him to keep stirring things up. To be noticed. To be feared. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters. Fleet Admiral, urgent news. An intelligence officer burst into Sakazuki's office, sweat beading on his forehead as he handed over a report. The Dragon Hunter pirates have made contact with Zephyr, the former chief instructor. He's agreed to cooperate with them. Sakazuki didn't look up. He waved his hand. I heard you. Dismissed. The intelligence officer froze for a moment, then saluted stiffly and left. At the moment, Sakazuki was already in a conversation with Borsellino. You might want to look at that file, Borsellino said lazily, holding up another don't. It's about Sensei. Zephyr. Sakazuki's expression hardened as he took the report. He scanned through it quickly, then stopped. For a long moment, he said nothing. Finally, in a voice low and distant, he muttered, why would he? He couldn't finish the sentence, because he had no right to question Zephyr's decision. When Zephyr came to him with pain in his eyes and vengeance in his heart, Sakazuki could offer nothing. And now, Zephyr was acting on that pain. He was no longer a Marine, no longer bound by justice. Just a man seeking revenge for the family he lost. Sakazuki clenched his jaw. If even this was denied to him, then what was the point of enduring everything else? He understood Zephyr better than most, and that made this information all the more difficult to accept. This is his path, Borsellino said quietly, but we have our own. We didn't stand beside him when he made his choice, and we can't stand beside him now. His voice was neutral, steady, because to him, the matter was simple. Whatever Zephyr chose to do was his business, but Sakazuki and Borsellino were still the top brass of the Navy. They had their duty. Their roles. Their titles came with burdens that couldn't be ignored. It's not that I don't care, Borsellino added. I just know what I signed up for. He paused, then said, by the way, Weevil and the unit granted by the world government are already en route. Supposedly, they've been given some new weapons from the science division. He looked sideways at Sakazuki. You're aware of that, right? Sakazuki's brows furrowed. He had brought this up before. But Borsellino's attitude always frustrated him. The science division belongs to the world government, Borsellino shrugged. It's not like they tell me everything. Let them handle it. If you're not firm in your position, you'll be forced to bend eventually. With that, he turned and left the office, slipping back into his usual lazy demeanor. Sakazuki remained still, then slowly reached for the dendenmushi. His fingers hovered over it, but he didn't make the call. Because, he didn't know if he should. At that same moment, Kokoyashi village. Yahiko arrived quietly, the wind rustling through the orange trees. He headed straight for the old orchard where Belle Mare's house once stood. Though no one had lived there in years, it was still well maintained, clean, peaceful, untouched. Nami had protected it. The villagers respected that legacy. Hey, are you lost? A young man with a basket of oranges spotted Yahiko standing there and approached him with a friendly smile. You looking for something? I was told to come here by Najiko, Yahiko replied. I'm not sure if this is the right place. The young man's eyes lit up. Najiko? Then yeah, you're in the right place. He stepped forward and fished a key out of his pocket. This used to be Belle Mare's house. The three of them, Najiko, Nami, and Belle Mare, were like family. With a creak, the door swung open. Yahiko nodded his thanks and walked in. He went straight to Belle-Mare's room and retrieved a small, locked box from the cabinet. Without a word, he turned and left. The young man stood by the gate, waving goodbye with a grin. Yahiko looked back at him, puzzled. He was weak, just an ordinary person. But something about his presence felt peaceful, warm, safe. Was this the peace he had always longed for? Of course, this brief moment of contemplation didn't last long. The next second, Yahiko took out a den mushi and called Ryunosuke. At that time, Ryunosuke was in the middle of training with his crew. Daily practice like this was essential. It kept their instincts sharp and their bodies ready for battle. Peru. Peru. As the den mushi rang, Ryunosuke sheathed his swords, stepping forward to answer. Yahiko. Did you find it? The image of Yahiko flickered into view, his expression calm but serious. Yeah, I found it, he said, holding up a small, weathered box. I haven't looked inside yet. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. Open it. Yahiko nodded and carefully flipped open the lid. Sure enough, inside was the missing half of Rox D. Zebek's notebook. Alongside it sat another journal, this one marked with a name scrawled across the cover, Belle-Mare. Looks like it belonged to Belle-Mare, Yahiko muttered. Makes sense. This was her storage box after all. Ryunosuke gave a slight nod. Set Belle-Mare's aside. Najiko should be the one to go through it when she's ready. His tone grew more serious. For now, open Rock's notebook. Let's see what he left behind. Yahiko obliged, flipping through the old, brittle pages. Most of the contents weren't surprising, but a few entries stood out like cracks in the world's foundation. What the world government hid wasn't particularly complicated. They simply murdered their original masters. Then, to control the world without resistance, they fabricated the tale that they were divine descendants, untouchable, unquestionable. So they buried that history. If you're reading this and want answers, go to Raftel. That so-called land of ultimate treasure, it's really a land of truth. Everything you want to know is there. But if you go, bring some infinity stones with you. That's it. Yahiko looked disappointed. Ryunosuke's brow furrowed. It's not much, but it confirms a lot. He glanced toward the horizon, deep in thought. Raftel. Descendants of gods, original masters. Memories and theories from his previous life resurfaced. Fragments of speculation now gaining terrifying clarity. If Rox was right, the world government hadn't risen to power, they'd stolen it. They were once nothing more than subordinates of a far more powerful, mysterious force. But something happened. Betrayal, rebellion, and the original rulers were wiped out. Those traitors then formed the world government, erasing their sins with false divinity. Of course, Ryunosuke had no way to prove any of this, yet. But why else would they work so hard to erase that part of history? Why would they fear knowledge? Najenda, who had been reading over Ryunosuke's shoulder, scoffed. So the big secret they've been hiding is that they were once servants? That's it? She crossed her arms. Doesn't matter to us. The dragon hunter pirates don't care about that kind of thing. We don't rely on lies to build our power. Ryunosuke gave a small smile. Exactly. This doesn't change anything for us. It just confirms what I've suspected all along. He turned back to the den mushi. Yahiko, keep doing what you're doing. I'll send over the next shipment soon. When it arrives, let the world feel the pain. His words carried a weight of justice, and just a hint of theatrical flair. Classic Yahiko style, honestly. Understood, Captain, Yahiko grinned. Jigokudo's standing by. Also, thanks to the upgrades, the well's efficiency has increased significantly. We'll finish ahead of schedule. The call ended. Najenda blinked. What was that about? A secret mission? She was curious, but didn't press the matter. Truth was, she didn't even know what the 2nd and 4th divisions were doing lately. And honestly, that was probably for the best. In their line of work, the fewer people who knew sensitive details, the safer the entire crew stayed. Peru. Peru. Before Ryunosuke could pocket the den mushi, it rang again. He sighed and answered. Yeah, boss Ryunosuke? Doflamingo's voice crackled through, sounding unusually tense. Kaido intercepted the shipment. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. And he delivered it to me, personally. Doflamingo sounded like he'd aged 10 years in the past 5 minutes. Boss, you gotta understand. He said he just ran into the merchant ship on the way back and decided to take it. Ryunosuke blinked. He just happened to pass by and snatch it up? Like it was a stroll in the park. Doflamingo exclaimed, didn't even blink. Ryunosuke chuckled dryly. Only Kaido could treat armed robbery like casual shopping. He paused. Alright, don't resell that batch for now. Redirect it. I want it delivered to the kingdom of Yakoslan. Doflamingo's voice shifted. Got it, boss. I'll take care of it personally. There was a short pause. Ryunosuke interrupted, his tone turning serious. Let your father meet with me sometime. Doflamingo stiffened. My father? I've been meaning to bring it up since Dressrosa. But I didn't want to make things awkward for you. Ryunosuke exhaled slowly. I need information. And your father, as a former celestial dragon, might know things no one else does. Doflamingo was silent for a moment. Boss Ryunosuke. You don't need to answer now, Ryunosuke cut in. Just think about it. You'll need to ask him too. But know this, I trust my crew. All of them. There was a long pause. Then Doflamingo finally spoke. Understood, Captain. I'll see what I can do. The call ended. Najenda, who'd overheard the conversation, blinked in shock. Wait, Don Quixote homing? Isn't that Doflamingo's dead father? She pulled out a small black notebook she kept for intel and flipped through it. According to every available record, Homing had been killed by Doflamingo years ago, his head supposedly handed over to the world government to regain nobility status. A faint smile crept onto Ryunosuke's face after hearing Najenda's words. His gaze slowly turned toward the distant direction of Mary Joieuse. Najenda, he said calmly, you may have misunderstood the celestial dragons. She blinked, unsure of what he meant. They stand at the pinnacle of this world, Ryunosuke continued. Do you really think a bunch of brainless fools could govern such a massive alliance? But they act so, she began, but he cut her off. Those who flaunt their power and act like tyrants. They're nothing but illusions projected by the world government. Distractions, smoke and mirrors. His voice was calm, composed, yet held the weight of conviction. Think about it. Whether it was Fisher Tiger or the Rocks Pirates, both were formidable forces. Especially Rocks. That man could challenge even a king using the power of his devil fruit. And yet, he was defeated. But do you really believe the king did it? He shook his head. No, there's more to it. The world government is the largest administrative machine in history. Do you really think it could be sustained for over 800 years by a group of fools? He narrowed his eyes. If that were true, it would have crumbled into dust long ago. Najenda sat down in front of him, looking serious and focused. Despite being older than him, she often felt like a student in his presence. Captain, can you tell me, why do you know so much? She asked, genuinely curious. Ryunosuke gave a soft chuckle. Because I look at the world differently. Sometimes she felt like his perspective came from a place far beyond their reach. Like he held a map of the world that no one else had access to. It wasn't just experience, it was insight. Every time he made a decision, it felt precise, calculated. As if he already knew the outcome. If I had to explain it, she said, half to herself, you have too much information stored in that head. Ryunosuke smirked. Then let me share a little of it. And so, he began to speak, about the hidden gears turning beneath the surface of the world, and the veiled truths behind the world government's long reign. Meanwhile, far from the quiet discussion aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship, another storm was brewing. Miss Bakken had arrived in the surrounding waters with her son, Weevil, and a war machine provided by the world government. Mom, I'm hungry, Weevil said, rubbing his stomach with a pitiful expression. I know, sweetheart. I'll get you something to eat right now, Miss Bakken cooed in her raspy voice. She reached into a supply crate and pulled out a pile of food. Hidden within it was a small blue pill. This pill wasn't just for nourishment, it was engineered to suppress emotions. All but one. For Weevil, the emotion it amplified was dependency. His blind loyalty to Miss Bakken was no accident. All other feelings, anger, doubt, even fear, were dulled into nothingness. That was why he seemed so slow, so mentally dulled. As Weevil devoured the meal without hesitation, trusting his beloved mother without question, Miss Bakken watched him with cold, calculating eyes. She had been preparing for this day for a long time. According to her sources, the Dragon Hunter pirates were currently understaffed. Only the 1st Division and Ryunosuke himself remained on the ship. The others, those monsters she'd heard rumors of, were scattered across the New World. More importantly, after any large-scale battle, recovery took time. That window was now. That's why she had waited. If she'd rushed in blindly, she would have been crushed. Instead, she had spent months gathering intelligence and observing from the shadows. Make no mistake, Miss Bakken might be an old woman, but she was far from senile. Miss Bakken, Lord Mars wishes to speak with you, a man said, handing her a den mushi. Mars? What do the 5 elders want now? She muttered. Her expression turned wary. She had planned every step of this operation. Any sudden interference could complicate things. The snail phone buzzed to life. If you've got something to say it quick, she snapped. There's nothing urgent, came Mars' slow voice. Just a reminder. The Dragon Hunter pirates are not to be underestimated. The Dwell organization thought the same and were wiped out. Miss Bakken snorted. I know what I'm doing, and with that, she hung up. She had no patience for false concern. Her relationship with the 5 elders was purely transactional. They used her, and she used them. There was no trust, only convenience. Still, she had to admit, Mars' warning wasn't unfounded. That pirate crew wasn't ordinary. Mom, I want to fight now, Weevil suddenly shouted, his body pulsing with red energy. A heavy, warlike aura radiated from him. Miss Bakken's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The pill was working. This wasn't a power surge, it was a full-body emotional trigger. For Weevil, that meant bloodlust. And once it started, there was no stopping it. Alright, darling. Mama's going to let you fight now. When the time comes, kill anyone you see, okay? Weevil nodded with a grin, that war-hungry aura continuing to intensify. As they continued sailing toward their target, Miss Bakken kept him well fed, with both food and pills. Over the next 2 days, the aura pouring off Weevil became so thick it frightened even the elite combat personnel aboard the war machine. These were hardened warriors, handpicked by the world government, and yet, even they were uneasy. If they were afraid of him, it spoke volumes. Miss Bakken watched them closely. You should be prepared to die, she said with a smirk. Then she did something no one expected, she knelt. Right there, in front of the soldiers. Their eyes widened in shock. Bakken? What are you doing? You're our commander, please stand up. You don't need to do this, we'll fight with everything we've got. It wasn't just shock, it was like they were bound by some strange invisible pressure. Miss Bakken slowly rose. Good, she said, then I'll be counting on you. Soon after, their ships reached the region where the Dragon Hunter pirates had last been spotted. They were only a day's journey away now. The battle was about to begin a day earlier. Brother, a familiar voice reached Ryunosuke's ears. Ace, you're here already? Ryunosuke, who had been resting, stood up with a smile as he saw Ace approaching. At the same time, he turned his gaze toward the sea. A massive whale-shaped ship loomed in the distance. It was unmistakable. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived. After hearing that the enemy this time included Miss Bakken and the so-called Whitebeard Jr., Edward Weevil, how could Whitebeard himself not get involved? For too long, Miss Bakken had sullied Whitebeard's name, committing atrocities under his banner. Now, given the opportunity, the old man had come to clean up the mess himself. Brother, we're ready, Ace said with fire in his eyes. When you make your move against the world government, the Whitebeard pirates will stand with you. All the divisions under Pops are on standby too. Ryunosuke smiled. Alright. We'll talk more when the time comes. Honestly, I don't expect to need help for that fight. But if I do call you in, none of you are allowed to back out. He said it lightly, like a big brother teasing his younger sibling, but there was undeniable confidence behind his words. Gurararara. As expected of the most evil pirate of this era, Whitebeard's thunderous laugh echoed as he stepped forward. Brat, once this bottle's over, you'd better treat me to some sake. The moment Whitebeard set foot on the god's boat, A wave of powerful haki rippled through the air, making the massive ship tremble. Even Ryunosuke felt pressure from that overwhelming presence. "You've gotten even stronger, Uncle Whitebeard," he said calmly. "How's your health? Fully recovered?" The life essence Ryunosuke had once gifted him should have repaired most of his internal damage. But age was still a curse no medicine could fully erase. "I'm doing fine. Strong enough to throw hands, that's for sure," Whitebeard chuckled. "What do you say, care to spar with an old man?" Ryunosuke grinned. "Sure, but looks like your crew is itching to go first." Behind Whitebeard, the division commanders were already cracking their knuckles, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He couldn't help but notice the change in them. Just a year ago, these men had been content to bask in Whitebeard's protection, famous, yes, but lacking ambition. Now, there was real drive in their eyes. They were no longer sheltered children, they were warriors. "Akame, I challenge you." Vista suddenly stepped forward, pointing his sword toward the red-eyed assassin. Having once lost to Akame, he wanted a rematch. However, Akame didn't look particularly interested. "No thanks," Akame said bluntly. "Kuina, go deal with him. I prefer killing, not sparring." Her tone was casual, but deadly serious. Akame's entire fighting style, from her lethal precision to her one-strike execution, was built for killing. Unless Vista was okay with dying via Murasama, she had no reason to accept. "Well then," Kuina stepped forward, tying her hair into a loose ponytail and drawing her blade. "If our Whitebeard comrades want to test themselves, how could we refuse?" As her sword left its sheath, a violent wave of destruction pulsed outward. Vista flinched. He had fought Kuina before, during the war at Marineford. Back then, she'd fought alongside Akame against Dracul Mahawk. But now, her presence was entirely different, stronger, sharper, dangerous. Kuina's cold eyes locked onto him. "Better protect your swords, or I'll break them." Buzz. A thick aura of armament haki wrapped around her blade. Her arms, legs, and waist were also coated with high-level haki. Vista swallowed hard. He had improved over the past year, but so had she, tremendously. Bang! Kuina charged, the reinforced deck of the god's ship groaning under the force of her kick, which hit like a cannonball. Vista crossed his twin blades just in time to block it. "Impressive speed and strength," he muttered. "But don't tell me you've abandoned technique in pursuit of raw power?" He pushed back and flicked his wrists, scattering a flurry of rose petals from his blades. "That's a shame. A swordsman without finesse is just a brute. Let me show you the beauty, the romance, of swordsmanship." As the petals whirled in the air, Vista's form blurred. It was as if he had become one with the petals, an elegant illusion. He moved unpredictably, striking from impossible angles. Clang, clink, swish. Their blades danced, the clash of steel ringing out like music. But no matter what technique Vista used, Kuina remained steadfast, unmoving like an immovable mountain. She scoffed, eyes never leaving his. "You know, there was once a fool who thought one sword wasn't enough to beat me. So he started training in the dual sword style, then the three sword style." Her tone was biting, nostalgic, but he still lost. She slashed again, forcing Vista back. When did skill become something separate from strength and speed, as if they're mutually exclusive? She narrowed her eyes. Strength enhances skill. Speed amplifies it. They don't replace it. Vista understood exactly who she meant. Roronoa Zoro. But unlike Zoro, Kuina's strength hadn't come from chasing brute force. Hers had been honed through discipline, experience, and battle. He threw another handful of petals, using his Mirage Rose technique again. But, schlick! Kuina's sword pierced Vista's chest cleanly. "Is it over?" someone muttered. But then, shing! In a blink, Kuina twisted around and thrust her sword behind her at a strange angle. Thud! The Vista she had just stabbed dissolved into rose petals. The real Vista stood behind her, eyes wide, as her blade halted just inches from his neck. I lost," he admitted, lowering his swords. There was no regret in his voice. Instead, there was awe, joy, even. Because in that moment, Vista had realized something fundamental about his own swordsmanship. He had grown, and that was the greatest gift of all. That was the change in the Whitebeard pirates. Once, they might have shouted and raged at defeat. Now, they sought growth. After the battle, Vista enthusiastically recounted the entire fight to his fellow crewmates, looking completely relaxed and unconcerned. His carefree attitude left a favorable impression on Ryunosuke. Over the past year, the Whitebeard pirates had undergone a significant transformation. Even without Whitebeard's presence at the helm, the division commanders still stood tall, upholding the legacy of one of the Emperor pirate crews. They were no longer just riding on Whitebeard's name, they were truly worthy of it. You guys from the Dragon Hunter pirates are freaks. Every single one of you is a monster, Whitebeard laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. Then he turned to Ryunosuke, eyes gleaming. Come with me to that island over there. Let's have a little spar. Let the others handle things here themselves, Whitebeard said, gripping his Basento, Kusukamokuri, his expression filled with anticipation. Even a single crew member of Ryunosuke had grown so overwhelmingly strong, so what about their captain? Back when Whitebeard first met Ryunosuke, the boy wasn't even close to being his match. But now, more than a year later, Whitebeard could feel an undeniable sense of danger coming from him. After hearing about Ryunosuke's clash with Kaido, his fighting instincts were practically screaming. For someone like Whitebeard, a warrior at heart, the urge to test his strength against another powerhouse was natural, almost irresistible. Alright, Uncle Whitebeard, Ryunosuke nodded with a calm smile. With a flap of his radiant wings, he soared toward the island. Whitebeard followed. His approach, however, was far more dramatic. He stepped directly into the air, each step cracking the void beneath his feet as if space itself couldn't bear his presence. As the two captains departed, the rest of the pirates lost all interest in continuing their sparring matches. They gathered at the ship's railing, pulling out stools, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. This was a showdown they wouldn't miss for anything. A duel between the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the Dragon Hunter pirates? That was a front row seat to history. On the island, the two did not start fighting immediately. Kid, Whitebeard began, his deep voice rumbling. How prepared are you for this war against the world government? Ryunosuke's eyes remained steady. When I declare war, I'll be ready. The 3-month delay is just to make sure the entire world hears it loud and clear. And I want to see the true strength of the world government. If we strike too quickly, we might miss something important. Confident. Unshakable. In that moment, he looked undeniably charismatic. And the source of that charisma? Pure, overwhelming strength. Whitebeard grinned, his grip on Kusukamokuri tightening. Then let me show you just how strong the government really is. Captain Rocks once tried to test them. My strength now should be about equal to his in his prime. As his words faded, a suffocating wave of haki surged from Whitebeard's body. But this wasn't just any conqueror's haki, it was something more. Armament, observation, and conqueror's haki flowed seamlessly through his body. Observation haki, in particular, wasn't something he consciously activated anymore. It had become instinct, a natural part of his movements. The moment he entered combat, his body reacted with terrifying precision, guided by pure will. So this is how you really use the 3 colors of haki? Ryunosuke muttered, grinning. Then let me show you mine. Boom! With a roar, Ryunosuke unleashed his full power. The Dragon Hunter armor materialized across his body, gleaming with divine energy. His Tsukuyomi fusion activated, merging spiritual focus and physical might. His Rinnegan opened with a flash, exuding an otherworldly pressure. This wasn't about killing Whitebeard. Ryunosuke had never intended that. Whitebeard wasn't like the Golden Lion, ignorant and reckless. This was a friendly duel between 2 giants. What Ryunosuke wanted was simple. To go all out. He wanted to truly test how far he had come. Boom! Neither man moved, yet the sound of a tremendous collision rang through the air. Their auras had clashed with such intensity that it echoed across the sea. Their afterimages faded slowly, revealing that their true bodies had already vanished, moving at speeds too fast for the naked eye. Even the elite members of the Dragon Hunter pirates stared in disbelief. They had enhanced their observation haki multiple times, reaching heights far beyond ordinary standards. Yet even at full power, they couldn't track either of their captain's movements. This was no longer a fight, this was a battle between monsters. Boom! And then, disaster struck. the island beneath them exploded. Yes, the entire island, though small, was still a full landmass. Yet it couldn't withstand even a few blows between these two and shattered like glass under a hammer. To outside observers, this level of destruction would be beyond shocking. Especially for Morgans, who just happened to be watching. The news tycoon had long studied Ryunosuke, compiling detailed reports and analyzing every move. Every fight Ryunosuke had engaged in was carefully documented. Yet every time, Ryunosuke shattered those expectations. The battle with Kaido had revealed his monstrous endurance and strength. Now, this battle revealed something even more terrifying, his haki mastery. Morgans found himself staring at the thick stack of intelligence in front of him, questioning all of it. Was this truly the full extent of Ryunosuke's strength? No, clearly not. Time and again, Ryunosuke proved that no matter how much you studied him, he always had another level to show. Morgans had even written multiple possible outcomes for the upcoming war with the world government. Every version ended in the Dragon Hunter pirates' defeat. But now, for the first time, Morgans felt uncertain. This man, the one who defied every prediction, could he win? As the island crumbled beneath them, the battle between Ryunosuke and Whitebeard came to a close. Both men stood atop floating debris, battered but smiling. And yet, it was clear. Ryunosuke had the upper hand. Whitebeard himself nodded in recognition, silently acknowledging the younger man's growth. Morgans trembled with excitement. This was more than just a fight, it was the arrival of a new age. An age that wouldn't just rival Roger's age of discovery. It would eclipse it. The era Ryunosuke was bringing, the impact the Dragon Hunter pirates would leave, these things would shake the very foundation of the world. And as the Minister of Information, Morgans wasn't just a witness to history. He was part of it. For the first time, pride swelled in his chest, not just as a journalist, but as someone honored to document the rise of the most dangerous pirate crew in history. If he ever told someone he was proud of the Dragon Hunter pirates, they probably wouldn't believe him. After the battle, the group returned to Ryunosuke's ship and immediately entered full banquet mode. As for the upcoming fight, no one felt much pressure at all. After all, it was just Miss Bacon and Weevil, the guy who called himself Whitebeard Jr. Even if the world government had sent them a few special agents, they weren't nearly enough to threaten two Yonko-level pirate crews. It was right then that another ship appeared in the distance. Whitebeard, Zephyr's eyes narrowed as he stared at the familiar ship approaching. There was confusion on his face. After all, he crossed paths with this man countless times back when he was still an admiral at Marine headquarters. Back then, Whitebeard had been busy building his pirate crew like a family, rarely pursuing open conflict. Every clash between them had ended prematurely, with neither side fully committing. But now, everything was different. Whitebeard was known across the seas as one of the 4 emperors, the strongest man in the world. And Zephyr? He wasn't even truly a marine anymore. The old man actually came. Huh? Come aboard already? Let's share a drink with Ryunosuke at this banquet. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. Gurararara. Using his observation haki, Whitebeard had already spotted Zephyr standing on the deck in silence. The sight of the old soldier just standing there looking dazed made him chuckle. They were both relics of the old era, after all, and despite standing on different sides now, this wasn't the time or place for conflict. Zephyr didn't hesitate. Good, he replied, then jumped lightly and landed on the deck of Ryunosuke's ship. He strolled over to Whitebeard and raised a jug of sake. Is that the little pineapple head from back in the day? Zephyr grinned, pointing at Marco. I remember the first time he saw me, he burst into tears. Come on, I'm a marine, not some monster. What kind of pirate cries at the sight of a marine? Marco flushed. I did not. His protest, however, sounded half-hearted even to himself. The division leaders around them burst out laughing. Family teasing like this was just part of the bond they shared. Ryunosuke watched the scene from the side, sipping his drink quietly. Time really was something else. These two had once shaken the seas with their power, and now they were sitting down together and reminiscing like old drinking buddies. Oi, bro, Ace said, leaning toward him with a mischievous glint. You think we'll be like that when we're old? Then, with a snicker, he added, you remember that time you peed your pants when a grizzly bear showed up? Ryunosuke's cup froze mid-air, heads slowly turned toward Ace. The clinking of cups stopped. Even the music seemed to die down. That was some top-tier gossip right there. Oi, Ace, Ryunosuke's smile twitched. Your bones itching for a fight? He had just wanted to enjoy the show, but now he was the center of it. Ace immediately raised both hands. Wait, I remembered wrong. Okay. It was Luffy. Luffy was the one who cried. And Sabo. Yeah, when we first started training, Sabo got beat the hardest. Oh, and remember that time Dayton kicked him out and he had to sleep outside? And, shut it, Ryunosuke's face darkened. You really want to die today? He stood up and summoned the Azure Blade, cold energy radiating from its edge. Bro, please, don't, screams echoed across the ship. Ryunosuke had unleashed a very real beating on Ace, his sword wrapped in freezing energy. Even someone with the flame fruit couldn't just shrug that off. After the chaos settled, and Ace was left groaning on the deck with ice still clinging to his face, the others finally turned the topic to the real issue at hand. Whitebeard was pouring himself another drink when Zephyr looked over seriously. Newgate, I've been meaning to ask you something. He set his jug down and leaned in slightly. That guy, Weevil, is he really your son? Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. I remember you and Miss Bacon used to be on the same ship, Zephyr continued, tone heavy with implication. Don't tell me. How could that woman possibly be the mother of my child? Whitebeard groaned, looking both irritated and exasperated. Even the division leaders had asked him this before. Weevil had been running around the seas for years calling himself Whitebeard Jr., and Whitebeard had never once taken action against him. Naturally, that raised a lot of eyebrows. The truth was simpler and more annoying. Whitebeard had been focused on tracking down Blackbeard, the traitor who had killed one of his sons. That grudge took priority over dealing with clowns like Weevil. Honestly, if Ryunosuke hadn't called and asked him to come clean things up, he wouldn't have even bothered showing up. Still, Bakken had dared to use his name and reputation to do as she pleased. That, he couldn't tolerate. If that little bastard really was my son, Whitebeard muttered, I die of shame. Zephyr leaned back with a smirk. Zephyr to know. I was starting to wonder. I mean, the size difference between you and her, could it even work? A moment of dead silence. Everyone turned their heads slowly toward Zephyr. Whitebeard's eye twitched. You old bastard, he muttered, glaring. Still as crude as ever. Lock your damn mouth next time. But despite the annoyance, he didn't actually get angry, just rolled his eyes. This was Zephyr, after all. Unfiltered to the grave. Ryunosuke clapped his hands. All right, let's get back on track. This is supposed to be a battle meeting, not a roast session for old-timers. He pointed across the deck. Miss Bakken, she's yours, Uncle Whitebeard. After all, she used to be your crewmate. Weevil is yours, Uncle Zephyr. As for the rest of their crew, I'll handle them. No objections here, Zephyr said with a firm nod. But Ryunosuke, what you said earlier. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to ask. You said something big is coming. What exactly did you mean? Ryunosuke turned away and looked toward the horizon, where the sun was setting over the sea. I can't tell you yet, he replied calmly. But trust me, once my war with the world government ends, you'll understand everything. Zephyr fell silent but nodded. That answer was enough, for now. Meanwhile, Whitebeard scratched his head and grunted. Wait, what the hell are you two talking about? I'm right here, you know. Can't you fill me in too? Even though he sat right next to them, he was completely lost. This was just frustrating. The story returns to the original timeline. At this moment, Miss Bakken was already sailing toward the last known location of the Dragon Hunter pirates. However, an ominous feeling gnawed at her as the waves grew eerily calm around her ship. Pururu. She reached into her coat and pulled out a Den Mushi, quickly dialing into the news headquarters. Hello, this is the news headquarters, came a polite voice on the other end. How may I assist you today? I'm looking for Morgans, Miss Bakken snapped impatiently. She knew Morgans rarely ever left his office. The man practically lived there, glued to his information web. If he wasn't there, it meant something was seriously wrong. Apologies, ma'am, the operator replied. Minister Morgans is unavailable at the moment. If there's anything urgent, I can assist you." Miss Bakken didn't waste time on small talk. "Tell me the current situation with the Dragon Hunter pirates." There was a brief pause before the operator responded calmly. "The Dragon Hunter pirates are currently drinking with the Whitebeard pirates and Zephyr, the leader of the Neo Marines and former chief instructor of the Navy. And just so you know, their pirate ship is approaching your location." Miss Bakken didn't even hear the rest. She dropped the Den Den Mushi, her heart sinking. A colossal pirate ship had just appeared over the horizon. And if that wasn't enough, it was flanked by 2 more vessels, the Great Whale and Zephyr own warship. It was too late to retreat. In this stretch of ocean, even turning around would get her blown out of the water. "Everyone, initiate!" Boom! Before she could even issue an order, cannon fire rained down from the skies. Shells exploded around her ship in a deafening barrage. Although none directly struck her vessel, the shockwaves alone sent sailors flying and shattered the deck railings. Miss Bakken's eyes widened in disbelief. These weren't ordinary cannonballs, they were coated in armament hockey. What the hell? Since when could a ship fire hockey-infused shells? Were the Dragon Hunter pirates casually training their ship to use hockey now? But this was no joke. A ship, no matter how strong, shouldn't be able to pass armament hockey into its artillery, unless the crew were actively empowering every cannon shot with their own hockey. As she reeled from the implications, the surrounding ships moved swiftly, completely encircling her. Whitebeard's forces, Zephyr, and the Dragon Hunter pirates. There was no way out. Damn it, Ryunosuke, I walked right into his trap. Weevil. Miss Bakken clenched her fists. Resistance was futile now. The only thing she could hope for was that her so-called son could somehow turn the tide. But deep down, even she didn't believe that would happen. Ryunosuke was no fool, and the forces with him were monsters. Just then, strange sounds echoed across her deck. Swish, 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 a series of shadowy figures suddenly vanished from her crew. Before she realized it, the agents assigned by the Celestial Dragons had already launched themselves toward the opposing ships, 3 teams, each heading for one of the warships. "What the hell are they doing?" Bakken muttered, stunned. "I didn't order this." Could it be the world government? Weevil also rushed into action, charging straight at Ryunosuke's ship, while the other agents began their surprise assault on all 3 enemy vessels. Ryunosuke stood at the bow of his ship, arms crossed, watching the chaos unfold. "Weevil, huh?" His lips curled into a smirk as he looked at the approaching brute. "Yeah, I guess he does resemble old man Whitebeard a little. But that dumb expression? No dignity at all." Without even drawing a weapon, Ryunosuke leapt forward. With one powerful kick, he sent Weevil flying through the air, right onto Zephyr's ship. "The rest of them are yours," Ryunosuke said casually, sitting back down at the bow. "Kill them all." He didn't even glance back, his eyes were locked on Miss Bakken. Others might underestimate her, but Ryunosuke knew better. This old woman was the real danger, the mastermind behind many dark schemes. And this time, he wasn't leaving any loose ends. If Whitebeard couldn't finish her, then Ryunosuke would. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the deck as the Dragon Hunter pirates clashed with the elite soldiers deployed by the world government. But something was off. These weren't ordinary agents. Their movements were mechanical, precise, relentless, and utterly devoid of fear. They fought like machines, trading wounds for kills, ignoring pain, and never retreating. "What the hell are these guys?" Leona shouted, breaking one man's neck, only for him to stand up again moments later. Akame slashed clean through another opponent, but even her cursed blade didn't keep him down. "These guys are immune to my curse," she yelled in disbelief. "Let me try," said Mine, and with one shot, boom! Her high-powered sniper round erased the target completely. This time, the agent didn't rise again. "Alright, looks like they're still vulnerable to enough firepower," Tatsumi muttered as he spun his massive halberd. Each swing of his weapon decapitated an enemy cleanly. It took the crew over half an hour of bloody fighting, but eventually, all the enemies were defeated, permanently. "Brother Ryunosuke," Akame said, dragging a body across the deck, "these guys aren't human." She cut open one of the corpses, revealing strange metallic implants and cybernetic parts. "That's why they could still fight even after death," she added. "It's those metal cores. If you don't destroy them, they just keep going." "I see," Ryunosuke replied. "Gather all the bodies and hand them to Yahiko. Then have Doflamingo arrange the delivery." He spoke calmly, as if this were all part of the plan. Whitebeard still hadn't moved against Bakken, and if Zephyr didn't finish off Weevil soon, Ryunosuke would handle things himself, far away, in the holy land of Mariajoy. Inside the Five Elder Stars chamber, fury erupted. "Doflamingo has become a loyal dog of the Dragon Hunter pirates," Mars snarled. He had allowed Doflamingo to live after attacking allies because they needed him to control the black market, arms, metals, and influence. But now, he was helping their enemies. "Shall we kill him?" someone asked. "No," Saturn replied coldly. "Not yet." Instead, he turned his eyes back to the battlefield, watching everything unfold in real time. The modified soldiers, cybernetic monsters known as filmtech bugs, were transmitting both sound and video directly to the elders, back to Ryunosuke's side. At that moment, Whitebeard finally stepped forward. He leapt effortlessly through the air and landed heavily on Miss Bakken's ship. "I told you from the beginning, you should have left with me," he said, voice deep and grave. "But you didn't. And now, you're sailing the seas using my name?" He didn't attack right away. His tone was calm, but the pressure in his words was unmistakable. "With you?" Miss Bakken sneered. "Don't make me laugh, Newgate." Her expression twisted with disdain. "You know exactly what your intentions were back then, don't you? You wanted me to follow you and become some kind of joke? I'd rather be mocked alone than dragged down with you." Her confidence while facing Whitebeard was surprising. Ryunosuke, observing from afar, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He didn't know what had transpired between them in the past, but their brief exchange spoke volumes. Something heavy lingered in the air. If things hadn't happened the way they did, maybe we wouldn't be standing on opposite sides now. Whitebeard's voice softened briefly. Then, he pulled out a dagger and dropped it on the deck. "I'll give you one chance. End it yourself." Miss Bamkin's eyes flickered. She stared at the blade on the floor, nostalgia flickering behind her eyes. "So this is what you have to say to me after all these years?" she whispered. "Newgate, no matter how much you try to cover the past, some things can't be erased. Even if it means killing me." She started laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha. This is rich, being told to." PFF'd. Before she could finish, Whitebeard acted. His massive sword tore through her mid-sentence, running her through. Miss Bacon stumbled back, blood gushing from the wound, but she didn't fall. "You don't think I die so easily, do you, Newgate?" she said with a twisted grin. "Have you forgotten what my true role was on your ship?" Her laughter echoed through the air. Then, boom! A massive explosion engulfed the boat. When the smoke cleared, only debris remained. Whitebeard stood atop a broken plank, staring solemnly at the empty space where Miss Bakken had once stood. He knew the truth. That hadn't been the real Miss Bakken. Only a stand-in. A puppet. The real one had long since gone into hiding. He clenched his jaw. That woman, she didn't age, she'd always been one step ahead. Whitebeard turned and returned to his ship. He sat at the bow in silence, pouring himself a drink. Meanwhile, the fight between Zephyr and Weevil was still raging. "Mother!" Weevil's roar pierced the battlefield the moment he saw Bakken's explosion. His eyes turned blood red. In that moment, his entire presence shifted, from battle-hungry to pure, violent rage. A sinister aura began to rise from his body, thick and crimson. Blood. He was burning his own life force. The battlefield trembled. "This guy, he's going all in," muttered one of the nearby soldiers. Just as Weevil prepared to unleash hell, Ain sprang into action. With a flash, her hand touched Weevil's body, and he instantly shrank. But not before throwing one final punch. Ain couldn't dodge in time. Boom! The impact sent her flying. Blood sprayed from her mouth as her body crashed against the ground, motionless. Zephyr's eyes widened. He saw the perfect opening. Now, with a mighty roar, he surged forward and slammed a brutal punch straight into Weevil's skull. Crack! Weevil dropped to the ground, lifeless. Zephyr collapsed to his knees, panting. Victory, but at what cost? His eyes darted to the side, where Ain now lay in a pool of blood. Ain, He rushed to her side and cradled her in his arms. "Ain, stay with me, teacher," she gasped weakly. "Please, let me speak." Zephyr froze. This isn't what you wanted." She coughed violently. Blood and dark clots spilled from her mouth. Her internal organs were clearly damaged beyond repair. "The new navy. You don't need to keep carrying that burden. You're free to walk away." Zephyr's throat tightened. "The teacher knows," he whispered hoarsely. "Don't speak anymore." He glanced around in desperation. "The dragon hunter pirates. They have a great doctor on board, right? I'll take you there." "No need." A voice cut him off. Ryunosuke appeared beside them, his coat fluttering in the wind. "Our doctor's not on the ship. Maki left earlier with Crollo." Zephyr turned sharply. "Then, I can save her," Ryunosuke said calmly, "but it won't be cheap." Zephyr stared, reading the meaning behind those words. Ryunosuke wasn't one to give away miracles for free. And rightly so. Life essence was a precious, irreplaceable resource. Zephyr wasn't here to help Ryunosuke. He'd only gotten involved because of Weevil. He owed Ryunosuke nothing. But now, "Captain Ryunosuke," Zephyr said, voice steady, "if you save her, I'll owe you. If you need anything, hell, even if you plan to attack Mary Joieuse, I'll stand by you." Ryunosuke raised a hand. "That's enough." He reached into his coat and pulled out a vial, a drop of shimmering golden liquid inside. Life essence. He had retrieved it from his system space, but such a thing couldn't be revealed. He pretended it came from his coat. He gently tilted the liquid into Ain's mouth. A powerful vitality surged through her, enveloping her entire body in a soft glow. Being the user of the devil fruit, Ain's body eagerly absorbed the essence. Moments later, her eyes fluttered open. She stared at Zephyr, speechless. Because she knew the price he had paid to save her. Tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm glad you're safe," Zephyr whispered, a rare warmth on his stern face. "You're family to me, Ain. I never want to see you hurt like that again." "Teacher Zephyr," Ryunosuke spoke up. "Let Ain rest. There's something I need to ask you. If it's convenient, please come to my ship." Without waiting for a response, Ryunosuke vanished. Zephyr motioned for Binz to take Ain to rest, then he headed for the dragon hunter pirate's ship. Ryunosuke had saved Ain's life. A simple thank you wasn't enough. And when someone like Ryunosuke asks for your presence, you don't ignore it. On the deck of the ship, only two people stood. Ryunosuke and Najenda, holding a leather-bound notebook. Zephyr stepped aboard. His gaze was cautious but resolute. "Captain Ryunosuke," he said, "what is it you want to ask?" Though they had fought side by side, Zephyr still struggled to see pirates as anything other than enemies. Call it pride. Or call it honor. That was who Zephyr was. "I want to know about the Valley of God," Ryunosuke said, eyes locked on Zephyr's. "I think, you know something." Over an hour had passed since Zephyr left the sea. "Captain, are you really just going to let him go like that?" Najenda asked, closing her notebook with a soft snap. Confusion flickering in her eyes. "We finally secured a promise from someone as strong as Zephyr. Isn't it a waste to let him walk away so easily?" "If he keeps his word," Ryunosuke replied calmly, his tone as composed as ever, "he'll contribute significantly when we go to war with Mary Joieuse." But still, Najenda trailed off, clearly hesitant. The weight of letting such a powerful ally go unsettled her. "There's no need," Ryunosuke said flatly, brushing her concern aside with a faint smile tugging at his lips. "When it comes to the war against the celestial dragons, the dragon hunter pirates alone will be enough." He paused for a moment, then added, "Honestly, I'd prefer if the Whitebeard pirates didn't get involved at all." Najenda's eyes narrowed. "Because you're not completely confident?" "Exactly," Ryunosuke admitted with surprising ease. Even when acknowledging his own uncertainty, he spoke with the same quiet confidence that always surrounded him. That unwavering aura, calm, fearless, sure, was something Najenda had only seen in one person, him. "I understand," she said softly. "Should we begin preparations?" she asked after a beat. "There's less than a month left before our planned strike on the world government. Or, should we move up the schedule?" Ryunosuke had been preoccupied lately with other matters, political moves, alliances, consolidating power. but not much had been done to prepare for the actual war. This inconsistency had left Najenda puzzled. He had said he wasn't confident in victory. Shouldn't that mean they needed to prepare even more? Ryunosuke shook his head slightly. There's still one thing I need to take care of first. We're going to find Guild Tessero. He pulled out a rolled-up nautical chart, spread it across the table, and tapped a red-marked location with his finger, Grand Entertainment City, the golden capital of Guild Tessero. Najenda gave a firm nod, understanding without needing further explanation. She left the room and headed straight to Nijiko. All navigation matters aboard the ship were now in her capable hands. Meanwhile, the new world had grown unusually quiet. The silence wasn't reassuring, it was the silence before a storm. The dragon hunter pirates had been moving in secret, their trail covered, their presence almost invisible to outsiders. Yet anyone with a sharp mind could sense that chaos was approaching. The world government, for one, had certainly noticed. Marihoa was buzzing with nervous energy. The government was frantically stockpiling weapons. Even the usually untouchable Holy Land was being fortified. Guards patrolled in unfamiliar uniforms. Soldiers no one had ever seen before. Reinforcements from hidden branches of the world government, perhaps? The celestial dragons were rattled. Fisher Tiger and Rox D. Zebek had already proven that people were willing, and able, to challenge their divine status. Now, with the dragon hunter pirates poised to strike, even the most arrogant of the world nobles had begun to move, or rather, run. Because when death comes knocking, titles mean nothing. At the same time, the captains of the dragon hunter pirates had begun to converge in the new world. Surprisingly, the world government didn't dispatch forces to intercept them. Perhaps they couldn't afford to. Most of the naval resources were tied up defending Mary Joieuse. Sending fleets to chase scattered pirates would only weaken their main line of defense. Warships now lined the waters beneath the Holy Land. A living wall of steel, prepared to serve as the first blockade against the dragon hunter pirates. Admirals and vice-admirals were already gathering at the capital. The Navy's forces in the New World, left with only basic garrisons. No one else dared to challenge the Navy, not now, not with this looming war on the horizon. Everyone was waiting to see who would survive this clash between titans. At Navy headquarters, the mood was heavy. "Hey, Garp, are we really just going to sit this one out?" Sengoku asked, pacing the room, his brows furrowed in concern. Though he had stepped down as fleet admiral, his heart still beat for the Navy. "What's the alternative?" Garp replied, voice nonchalant as he leaned back in his chair, chewing on a rice cracker. "Even if I went, I'd be no match for that brat Ryunosuke. And worse, I put him in a tough spot. He wouldn't go all out against me." He glanced at Sengoku. "I'm not about to use our relationship to shield those celestial trash." Only Garp could call the world nobles trash out loud and not get executed on the spot. "He's right," said Suru, her tone cool and measured. "We already saw enough in our last encounter with the dragon hunter pirates. Even that old monster Fengyue was forced to retreat. Whether we join or not won't change the outcome." She hesitated for a second, then added, "I just hope our neutrality earns the dragon hunters mercy, at least for the Navy." That last statement surprised even her. As the Navy's former chief of staff, Suru had never shown pirates any sympathy. She'd despised even the 7 warlords. But after several run-ins with Ryunosuke's crew, especially how they spared Gion multiple times, her rigid stance had softened. It was a strange feeling. "That red-haired brat seems to be stirring things up in the East Blue," Garp said suddenly, mouth full again. "Wanna come with me and check out what Shanks is planning?" "Shanks?" Suru raised a brow. "That man is dangerous, and his stance is always so unclear." "Exactly," Sengoku muttered, thinking aloud. "He's the only pirate who can walk straight into Marihoa and talk to the 5 elders. That level of influence, there's more to him than just a Yonko title." "Let's go then." Garp stood up, stretching. "Could be interesting." "By the way, is that old guy Yakos still in East Blue?" Sengoku asked, recalling someone from the past, a former comrade who had once rivaled Garp in fame during the days of chasing Roger. "Who knows," Garp said with a shrug, "and I don't care." If Yakos had heard that, he'd have probably blown a fuse. But Sengoku and Suru merely smiled, used to Garp's bluntness. Alright then. Let's get moving before the world government tries to summon us, Suru said, pulling out a Den Mushi to prepare their ship. Beru, Beru, Beru. At that moment, Garp's own Den Mushi rang. Kuzan? He answered casually. Aren't you off doing your own thing? Why call now? Mr. Garp, Kuzan's voice came through the line, calm but serious. I found Blackbeard's trail. Garp straightened. And? I plan to join them. The words dropped like a bomb. Even Garp, who rarely showed surprise, froze. Join Blackbeard? No matter what Kuzan's motives were, this was massive. The Whitebeard remnants and the dragon hunters were still hunting Blackbeard. If Kuzan joined him, infiltrating or otherwise, it would cause waves throughout the entire sea. Why? Garp asked quietly, not scolding, not judging, just trying to understand. Because he knew Kuzan. And Kuzan never did anything without a reason. East Blue, Shimotsuki Village. The calm waters near Shimotsuki Village rippled as a large pirate ship approached the coast. Its crimson sails fluttered in the wind, bearing the unmistakable Jolly Roger of the red-haired pirates. These were no ordinary pirates. They were the crew led by one of the 4 emperors of the sea, Shanks. Captain, is this really the island the dragon hunter pirates mentioned? Carlos stood beside the railing, peering at the peaceful village in the distance. They said it holds some kind of strange power? He furrowed his brows. But this is the East Blue. There are probably 800 islands like this out here, maybe more. Carlos had spent the last few months obsessively studying the corpses of sea kings found near Mount Galbar, hoping to uncover the source of a terrifying mutation. But no matter how much he dissected and analyzed, he found nothing of value. Just as he was about to give up, a message arrived from the dragon hunter pirates. And it changed everything. Shanks stood calmly at the bow, the sea breeze gently brushing through his red hair. Carlos, he said, you know as well as I do. Ryunosuke and his crew have no reason to lie to us. There's no gain in it for them, especially not now. Carlos crossed his arms, still unconvinced. Then why didn't they study this power themselves? Why hand it over to us? Come on, Shanks. You understand how important this kind of thing is. The rest of the crew looked toward their captain, waiting for his response. Even Monk, a normally quiet crew member, stepped forward. If I had something like that, Monk muttered, I wouldn't give it to anyone, not even my own mother. The small monkey on his shoulder screeched in agreement, beating its little chest. Shanks let out a chuckle before taking a sip from his hip flask. Ryunosuke doesn't want us involved in the war he's about to wage against the world government. This is his way of tying our hands. He paused, eyes drifting toward the new world. He knows that if we come here to investigate, we'll be too busy, too invested, to interfere. Silence fell over the ship. They had planned to wait for the right moment, to involve themselves in the war brewing beneath the surface. Play both sides. But now, with the mystery in Shimotsuki Village tugging at their curiosity, their options had changed. Do the dragon hunter pirates really think that far ahead? Carlos muttered under his breath. Just then, a raspy voice interrupted the quiet. So even the 4 emperors are drawn to this little village now, huh? Everyone turned sharply. An old fisherman stood calmly at the edge of the dock, rod in hand, a basket of freshly caught fish beside him. No one had sensed him approach, not even Shanks. The red-haired emperor narrowed his eyes. This guy, he's not normal. There was no hostile intent. No surge of haki. But something about him felt powerful, not in the way of strength or battle, but like the quiet pull of history itself. Who are you? Shanks asked. The old man didn't flinch. He looked at the sword hanging from Shanks' waist and smiled. That blade, it's called Ace, right? Shanks blinked. Yeah. That sword was forged by a dear friend of mine. It ended up with Roger, and now it's with you. He looked up, eyes twinkling with nostalgia. Forgive my manners. The name's Shimotsuki Kozaburo. I was once a blacksmith. A damn good one, if I may say so. Shanks' eyes widened slightly. Shimotsuki Kozaburo. The blacksmith from Wano who forged Enma? Kozaburo chuckled. That's the one. You got a good memory. Shanks remembered it clearly. The day Roger dueled Kazuki Odin, when Odin was sent flying by a simple blow. But Enma, Odin's sword, still left a slash that cracked the sky. He'd never forgotten the name of the man who forged that blade. "What brings you here, Emperor?" Kozaburo asked, his tone casual despite who he was speaking to. "We're not here to fight," Shanks replied honestly. "I came to speak with someone. A man named Shimotsuki Koshiro." Kozaburo raised an eyebrow. "Koshiro's my son." He leaned back on a wooden stool and gestured lazily toward the village. "If you're not here to cause trouble, go ahead. I've got fish to catch and not enough daylight left." "Thank you," Shanks said, bowing respectfully. With that, the red-haired pirates disembarked and made their way into the heart of Shimotsuki village. They didn't have to search long. Outside the familiar building of the Ishin dojo, a man dressed in a clean gi stood waiting. He bowed politely. "Everyone, this way please. The teacher is expecting you." They followed him inside. The dojo had already been prepared, tea poured, cushions arranged. Koshiro sat calmly at the head of the room. "You're here about the Infinity Stones, aren't you?" he asked without preamble. Shanks frowned. "Infinity Stones? That's the first I've heard of that name." He looked at his crew. Everyone else seemed just as puzzled. Koshiro didn't speak. Instead, he pulled out a long sword, its hilt wrapped in black cloth, the blade glowing faintly with a pulse-like rhythm. "Feel the aura," he said, handing it to Shanks. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, Shanks' face changed. This feeling, a memory flashed in his mind. That day on the East Blue when he lost his arm. That monstrous aura from beneath the waves. Even his armament haki hadn't protected him, it had felt like this. He returned the sword, eyes serious. "Please, Koshiro. What is that? What's the truth behind it?" Koshiro placed the sword down gently. "What you felt is the influence of an infinity stone, one of 6 remnants from a world long forgotten. Each of them capable of warping the laws of nature. Time, space, power, reality, soul, mind." He looked at them calmly. "This one is the stone of mutation. It awakens what's dormant, in beasts, in people." Shanks' expression darkened. So this was what mutated the Sea Kings. This power, if left unchecked, could shake the balance of the world. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Akaslan, Yahiko stood by the harbor, overlooking dozens of ships preparing to sail. "I see," he said quietly, lowering the Den Mushi. "The captain says we don't need to worry about the red-haired pirates." He turned, eyes cold and focused. "Prepare to set sail. We're heading for the new world." Similar scenes played out across the seas. Hundreds of pirate ships stirred from slumber, sails raised, compasses set. All under the same flag, the Dragon Hunter Pirates. The most feared force on the sea, finally on the move, the new world. "Captain." The first to return was Crollo of the 2nd Division. Since their division had remained in the new world and hadn't been traveling across seas, they were naturally the quickest to respond to Ryunosuke's summons. "Crollo, the captain isn't here right now," said Najenda as she stepped forward. Crollo blinked, momentarily stunned. "He's not here?" "Correct. Our current orders are to remain on standby," Najenda continued. "The only directive Captain Ryunosuke left us with is to fully master our individual powers during the remaining time." That piece of news threw Crollo off. Captain Ryunosuke actually left the ship. It was surprising, to say the least. The Ship of the Gods had always been Ryunosuke's base of command. Unlike other pirate captains who wandered often, the 1st Division never left his side. For him to vanish alone, this was unprecedented. "Yeah. Just be patient," Najenda said, her tone calm but assured. "We follow his orders. That's all that matters." She then tilted her head slightly. "By the way, Crollo, what were you up to lately? I've only seen scattered reports from your team, but not much detail." Crollo shrugged. "Training, scouting, keeping an eye on a few Yonko movements, the usual." He wasn't too bothered by the captain's absence. After all, being part of the Dragon Hunter Pirates meant trusting Ryunosuke's every move, no questions asked. With the return of more members by the hour, the seas near the Ship of the Gods began to resemble a floating fortress. So many pirate ships had docked together that they covered an area as large as a small island. Any random passerby would have been floored by the sight. How had the Dragon Hunter Pirates, a crew formed barely 3 years ago, reached this monstrous level of power? Elsewhere, on an island deep in the New World, Two figures walked along a gleaming path beneath the midday sun. "Captain, the Grand Entertainment City is just up ahead," said Nijiko, stepping around a marble fountain with practiced ease. She was the only one Ryunosuke had brought with him for this mission. After all, no matter how strong you are, it never hurts to have a professional navigator by your side, especially when dealing with someone like Tesoro. "We'll go straight in," Ryunosuke replied with a smile tugging at his lips. "I have a feeling he's been waiting for someone to light a fire under him." To most, Guild Tesoro was a flamboyant casino emperor who bowed and scraped before the world government. A showman. A rich dog. A coward. But Ryunosuke knew better. That golden tycoon had been biding his time, nurturing a grudge far deeper than anyone could guess. Tesoro had always wanted to move against the celestial dragons. It was just that the opportunity never came. Now, Ryunosuke intended to give him that opportunity. Just then, a strange figure appeared on the path ahead, round-headed, sharp-suited, and unmistakably odd. "Captain Ryunosuke," the man said in a flat tone, "my master has sent me to escort you." It was Mr. Tanaka, Tesoro's most trusted bodyguard and security chief of the Grand Entertainment City. His arrival alone made it clear, Tesoro wasn't taking this meeting lightly. "Appreciate the hospitality," Ryunosuke replied, offering a faint nod. Tanaka blinked. He'd expected a more aggressive demeanor, maybe even arrogance from the infamous captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Instead, Ryunosuke carried a calm, commanding presence, charming, but undeniably dangerous. A man with a storm in his eyes. "Yes, right this way." Tanaka opened a glowing portal using the power of his through fruit, ushering them into a narrow passageway. His ability allowed him to phase through solid matter. And as long as no one resisted, he could bring others with him. In mere moments, they arrived in an opulent golden chamber, the walls shimmering under ambient light. Tesoro didn't skimp on luxury, he practically breathed it. But this was no act of vanity. He was born to wield gold. Tesoro was already seated, legs crossed, a glass of wine untouched in his hand. The only other soul in the room was Tanaka, who stood silently behind them. "Ryunosuke. Welcome. I assume you've made up your mind?" Ryunosuke asked, getting straight to the point. Tesoro exhaled slowly. "Captain Ryunosuke, forgive me for being blunt," he said, eyes narrowing. "I don't care what our partnership looks like. I just want to know, can I be the one to kill that man with my own hands?" There was a gleam in his eyes, a flicker of deep, festering hatred. Even after all these years, Tesoro couldn't forget Stella. The woman who changed him. The woman who died at the hands of a sadistic celestial dragon. That scar never healed. If it weren't for his need to play nice with the world government to amass power, Tesoro would have already gone on a suicide mission. But now, someone had finally offered him a real shot. He couldn't say no. "That's good," Ryunosuke said after a pause. "But what happens after your revenge is done?" Tesoro's lips parted, surprised by the question. "If your only motivation is revenge," Ryunosuke continued, "then this alliance won't last long. I'm not just looking for an executioner. I need a partner." "Fair." Tesoro reached into his pocket and removed a golden ring. Embedded within it was a small piece of shimmering pure gold. "I have one condition," he said slowly. "I'll help you, follow your lead, fund your war, whatever it takes. But I get to kill that bastard myself. You don't interfere." Ryunosuke stepped forward and inspected the ring closely. The pure gold glinted with unmistakable quality. Its purity far surpassed the piece he'd seen from Heracle's collection, a failed attempt that didn't meet the energy threshold. This one, however, was different, exactly what he needed. "Deal," Ryunosuke said, plucking the ring from Tesoro's palm. "I'll carry your hatred forward." Tesoro nodded solemnly. "Before I go," Ryunosuke added, "I want to ask for something else. Can you help me acquire more pure gold? Any amount, any size?" Tesoro raised an eyebrow. "Pure gold? Do you have any idea what that stuff really is? It's not just a precious metal. It's a taboo. Its value could buy entire nations." "I don't want it for money," Ryunosuke replied smoothly. "I want it as an energy source." There was a beat of silence. Ryunosuke met his gaze, unwavering. "A little now, to trade for more later. That's all I need." Tesoro stared at him, the implications slowly sinking in. If Ryunosuke needed pure gold to power something, some kind of weapon, then whatever he was building wasn't ordinary. And Tesoro wanted in. Understood, he said, voice almost reverent. Trust is the foundation of our alliance. Then let's begin, Ryunosuke said, turning to Tanaka. Time to head back. After sending the two visitors away, Mr. Tanaka returned to the golden halls of Tesoro with a conflicted expression. Sir, may I ask why? Tanaka's voice held a hint of confusion. Although Ryunosuke's charisma had clearly left an impression, it was still their first official meeting. And yet, Tesoro had handed over the incredibly rare and precious pure gold without a second thought. There had to be more to this, but Tesoro, the Golden Emperor himself, only smirked. As my subordinate, it's not your job to understand everything. He stood tall in his glimmering white and gold coat, arms crossed, eyes burning with resolve. That man, he's our only shot. Tanaka blinked. You mean? Tesoro didn't let him finish. Ryunosuke isn't just any pirate. He's the only one who can make this work. I've waited too long for this dream. If I miss this chance, it might never come again. He turned, golden light reflecting in his eyes, and besides, compared to the Dragon Hunter pirates, Golden City is small change. Tanaka lowered his head. The sheer weight of Tesoro's words made it clear. He had already bet everything on this alliance. Shall I inform the other cadres? Tanaka asked. Tesoro waved a hand. Not yet. Our role in this war won't be frontline. We'll stay in the shadows, and support them from behind the scenes. Understood, sir. Tanaka bowed deeply, then turned and left in silence. Elsewhere, aboard a small vessel slicing across the open sea, Ryunosuke stood at the edge of the deck with a fishing rod in hand. Nijiko, standing nearby with her arms crossed, stared at him blankly. Captain, are you seriously fishing right now? Ryunosuke smiled without looking back. Yup. Fishing for something big, something that eats islands. She blinked. What? Ryunosuke gestured toward the hook on his line. Pure gold shimmered on it like bait from a treasure vault. Nijiko squinted. Is that pure gold? Ryunosuke confirmed. Nijiko's expression shifted from confusion to deadpan. Only you would use something worth millions to fish. Don't worry, he said, still smiling. It's not just about the gold. There's something in the sea. A monster. And we need what's inside it. Ryunosuke's plan was simple. Somewhere in the vast belly of the deep-sea lanternfish was a doctor. One who possessed the knowledge to purify pure gold. To lure the creature out, you needed one thing, more pure gold. With Tesoro now backing them, gold wasn't the issue. The challenge was locating the beast. Ryunosuke cast his line again, eyes scanning the calm sea. 3 days to rendezvous with the Dragon Hunter pirates. 2 more to reach the base of the Red Line. And then, the war would begin. At this stage, probably only someone like Ryunosuke could casually go fishing before a war. 2 days passed. The sky was overcast. Waves rolled lazily beneath them. Ryunosuke leaned over the railing, frowning, still nothing. He tapped the fishing rod lightly, deep in thought. Maybe the pure gold isn't enough, he muttered. The piece he used wasn't much smaller than Olga's, should have worked. Or is it distance? According to everything he knew, the lanternfish could sense pure gold from miles away. Geography shouldn't be a factor. Still, Ryunosuke didn't give up. There was 1 day left. And if nothing bit, then they'd move on. The war wouldn't wait for a fish. But just as the 3rd day dawned, a tremor ran through the sea. Ryunosuke's eyes snapped open. Something was coming. Ahead of their ship, a vast fleet appeared on the horizon. Dozens, no, hundreds of ships flying the Dragon Hunter pirates banner. Even Ryunosuke whistled. Damn, when did we get this big? The system he used only recorded recognized officers. It never tracked how many crew each officer brought with them. He didn't know the numbers, but judging by the size of the fleet, it was safe to say their forces were massive. As he admired the scene, a strange chill hit the back of his neck. Something was rising from below. A monstrous aura surged from the deep, overwhelming, primal. Ryunosuke grinned. He's here. Suddenly, the rest of his crew arrived. Crollo was the first to leap on board, eyes sharp. Captain, that pressure. It's what I've been waiting for, Ryunosuke said. holding up the pure gold like an offering. "Captain, wait. Are you still fishing?" one of the crew shouted. Before anyone could react, boom, a massive column of water exploded into the sky. And then, it rose. A sea king, no, more than that. An island eater. Its lantern glowed eerily from its forehead. Its body cast a shadow over the entire ship. Everyone froze. For a moment, even the wind held its breath. "Is that for real, TCH? What a monster," Krollo muttered, tightening his grip on his weapon. Lines of thought energy exploded across the sea as Maki raised her hands. "Wrap it up," she shouted. Her auras surged, wrapping around the beast's limbs like invisible chains. But, too strong. Maki grit her teeth. The lanternfish thrashed violently, easily tearing through the mental bonds. Ryunosuke nodded calmly. "This guy's no small fry." He drew his blade. With a flash of light, he slashed forward. Frost spread across the sea, freezing the waves in seconds. "Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. Let's go." The goddess's avatar appeared beside him, her eyes glowing silver. Together, they moved. In an instant, they struck. A direct blow to the lanternfish's flank. The creature wailed, its glowing eyes dimming for a moment. "Captain, are we eating this guy?" Ban shouted from behind, visibly excited. "Do you ever think of anything but food?" Meliodas groaned. "There's no way he's fishing this beast just to grill it." "Maybe he is," Ban grinned. "You know the captain." "Enough. Focus up." Ryunosuke barked. With one final slash, he unleashed. A wave of spiritual energy surged forward, slicing through the Sea King's tentacles. The lanternfish thrashed one last time, then stilled. Its enormous body floated motionless in the icy sea. The massive lanternfish floated motionless, an eerie silence surrounding its hulking body. A sickening stench of rot slowly began to waft through the air. Its once glossy, round form began to collapse in on itself, shrinking rapidly as if the life had been drained from it in an instant. Within moments, the fearsome creature had withered into something that resembled dried salted fish. Ryunosuke frowned, his sharp eyes scanning the remains. "This thing definitely doesn't look appetizing anymore," he muttered. In its prime, the lanternfish might have been passable food for a desperate crew, but now? Not a chance. "Did it start aging the moment it lost the pure gold?" Ryunosuke murmured, sword still in hand. "Or, how long had it lived sustained by that stuff?" He squatted beside the remains, poking at the shrunken flesh with the tip of his blade. Pure gold was known to manipulate the flow of time, preserving the youth of its holder. So what would happen when that influence was suddenly cut off? The longer someone possesses pure gold, the more warped their body becomes by time. He looked at the shriveled carcass again. Maybe those tentacles weren't just extensions, maybe they were its true body all along. His mind wandered for a moment, trying to understand why Olga hadn't aged the same way. Perhaps it was because she hadn't bonded with the pure gold completely. She never merged it with her body the way the fish had. That probably saved her. All of these were just guesses for now, but what he needed to do next was no mystery. Schlick, the sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed as Ryunosuke raised his sword and began cutting open the lanternfish's body. Its thick skin peeled away under his blade, revealing something astonishing within. An island. A literal landmass, nestled inside the bloated body of the creature, hidden all this time. The crew stared, dumbfounded. An island inside a fish? No way, our captain just fished an island out of the sea. They could barely believe their eyes. Ryunosuke stood tall, raised his voice, and called out. "Dr. Maiskina Aesir, Olga." His voice echoed through the strange cavity, finally reaching two figures further inside. Dr. Maiskina Aesir, disheveled, dazed, and slightly wobbling, rose from the ground. The tremor caused by the fish's collapse had left him shaken, but he was no stranger to earthquakes in this bizarre prison of flesh. However, hearing a new voice after so long stunned him. Who are you?" Before he could get another word out, a young girl appeared, sitting confidently on the back of a small reptilian creature. Her long red hair flowed down her shoulders. Her clothes were patched from wear but didn't hide her spirited gaze. Olga narrowed her eyes. "Strangers? Are you pirates?" She sized them up, puzzled. They managed to get past Mr. Lanternfish. Where is he? Ryunosuke couldn't help but chuckle slightly at the boldness of this girl. She's got guts, he thought. But how much loneliness must she have endured, trapped inside this monster? He composed himself, then stepped forward, speaking with calm sincerity. My name is Ryunosuke. I'm the captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. He extended a hand toward her. I'm inviting you to join my crew. The crew behind him blinked. So direct, Captain. That's the Ryunosuke way, I guess. Join your crew? Olga asked, tilting her head. You mean us? At that moment, Dr. Maiskina Aesir finally stumbled into the light and caught sight of her. His eyes widened with shock and overflowing emotion. Olga, my child. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. I thought you. Before he could reach her, the lizard under Olga kicked him square in the chest. Thud. Huh? Olga glared at the strange man, suspicious and annoyed. What are you saying, you rude old man? My father is dead. My mother's gone too. Don't go making up stories, you. She stopped mid-rant, her voice catching in her throat. She saw it in his eyes. That warmth, that unmistakable gaze. The same look she barely remembered, of a father who once held her tightly. Could this really be my dad? But they told me he died. Her voice drifted into murmurs, caught between disbelief and hope. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew had already pulled out small stools, bags of peanuts, and some freshly sliced sea melon. This is getting good, grinned one of them, crunching loudly. 10 berries says they cry it out in the next 5 minutes. Ryunosuke shook his head, though a smile tugged at his lips. All right, enough drama, he called out. Dr. Maiskina Aesir, I can cure Olga's illness. The words struck like lightning. If you're willing, join my crew. There was no time for long negotiations. The war against the world government was only 2 days away. Join your, what? Wait, did you just say you could cure Olga's disease? The doctor's voice cracked in disbelief. He had spent years trying to find a way. Developing pure gold was a desperate attempt to preserve her life when nothing else worked. And now, this stranger was offering the very solution he had failed to find. I swear, can you two stop chatting? Olga snapped. I haven't even agreed yet. Ryunosuke gave her a sideways glance. I could just kill you both if you're not useful. His tone was casual, but his eyes were cold. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Hee, a deep, manic laugh broke the tension. Uvajin stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. My favorite thing to do is crush little brats like you into meat paste. He licked his lips, eyes gleaming with madness. The captain gave the word, so I'm not holding back. Olga froze. Her mind went blank. Was she about to die? No, I don't want to die. We'll join. Before Olga could say anything, Dr. Maiskina Aesir rushed forward, arms outstretched protectively. He looked at Ryunosuke, desperate but firm. I'll do it. Just let her live. He knew pirates. He knew they weren't bluffing. He had held on to hatred, but nothing was worth more than Olga's life. Not even revenge. Even his wife's death would be meaningless if he let his daughter die now. Ryunosuke lowered his sword and smiled. Relax, doctor. I was only testing your resolve. He stepped forward and extended a hand. I know your story. I don't expect blind loyalty. But I need pure gold, and you need your daughter cured. So, let's cooperate. Dr. Maiskina Aesir looked at the man in front of him, young, powerful, dangerous, and yet, not without honor. He took a breath, then nodded. All right, but let us leave this place first. I'll take care of the rest, Ryunosuke said, waving his hand. Crollo, on it, Captain, Crollo barked, saluting. He quickly organized a detachment from the crew. Take them to the ship, give him a proper place to rest. And get the med team ready, we've got a patient. As the doctor and Olga were led away, Nijiko stepped closer to Ryunosuke, her eyes still full of questions. Captain, after everything we did to find them, why let them leave your sight so easily? Ryunosuke looked out over the horizon, his expression unreadable. They're not running. They're part of the crew now. Back aboard the ship of the gods. Captain, at our current pace, we'll reach the base of the red line in 2 days, Najand reported, adjusting her glasses as she flipped through the book in her hands. Her voice held a trace of curiosity, no anticipation. She glanced up. Do we charge straight in, or do we circle around? Ryunosuke had been gone for 2 days. With no instructions left behind, the entire crew had been left in limbo. Now that he was back, the question on everyone's mind burned through her lips. Go straight ahead, Ryunosuke said coolly, his voice calm yet laced with confidence. Preparations have already been made. Someone's gone ahead to clear the path. Najenda nodded, though her fingers tightened on her book. She wasn't the only one itching for action. Captain, could you not hold back this time? Ban stepped forward, arms crossed and brows furrowed. The previous fights were like playing with kids. No challenge, no thrill. He gave a dramatic sigh, as if the boredom had physically pained him. The level of this world is just too low. Ryunosuke chuckled under his breath. Just don't get yourselves killed. Ban smirked. You say that like it's even possible. When we reach Mary Joie's, fight however you want, no restraints. That got a reaction. The crew around them stirred, hungry grins spreading like wildfire. Only the 1st Division seemed composed, veterans used to their captain's measured chaos. Just then, captain of the 2nd Division, Crollo, reporting in, 6,000 men. Crollo stood tall, pride gleaming in his eyes. The infamous master of all skills lived up to his name. At the start, it was Ryunosuke that attracted followers. But now, men and women from all over the seas sought him out, not for the dragon hunter name, but for Crollo himself. It was charisma. It was power. It was the kind of magnetism that turned followers into believers. And it worked. He'd brought back the largest battalion. Captain of the 3rd Division, reporting in with over 5,000 warriors, Yahiko announced next, stepping up with steady composure. While he had 1,000 fewer than Crollo, Yahiko's troops had an edge: loyalty. Hardened in the East Blue, these warriors were raised and molded by Jigokudo, loyal to a fault and fearless beyond reason. 4th Division, present and accounted for, Meliodas followed, raising his hand, 2,000 members, strong and able. Though his numbers were fewer, there was no mistaking the aura of power from his group. Anyone qualified to join the 4th Division was no ordinary fighter. Next came the specialist squads. Captain Conrad of the logistics unit, reporting with 60 Mink tribe warriors and 300 elite crewmen. Conrad's tone was serious, his posture upright as the squad stood behind him. The Minks, capable of transforming into moon lion forms under the full moon, were a formidable mid-level force. Easily on par with most commanders, their value in battle was undeniable. Ryunosuke stood silently for a moment, surveying the sea of warriors before him. 3 years ago, the dragon hunter pirates were nothing more than an idea, a spark. Now they were a storm. Good, he said, voice low but intense. It's time to wage war on the world government. Let them learn. Some lines can't be crossed, not even by them. The moment the words left his mouth, the ship erupted. Kill, kill, kill. Tens of thousands of voices roared in unison, shaking the heavens. Meanwhile, atop the holy land of Mary Joie's, the dragon hunters have gathered. We're almost ready to make our move, Saturn muttered, overlooking the distant sea through a telescope. Kiradol, you're leading the first echelon, don't embarrass me. Understood, Lord Saturn, Kirito replied with a cold smile. His confidence was absolute. Saturn grinned darkly. This time, Ryunosuke and his crew wouldn't be walking away. Elsewhere, Mars began deploying forces. Troops seemed to materialize out of thin air, crowding every corner of Mary Joie's. No one knew where they came from. Mary Joie's had never been this densely armed before. On the outer perimeter, the Navy had already taken position. At the front stood Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, with Borsellino, Fujitora, and Ryokugayu behind him. A sea of soldiers stretched beyond them, a massive force, and yet, not quite enough. Behind them were the Celestial Dragon Guards, black-clad, expressionless. Their leader, Kirito, stood silently with the Celestial Guards, watching the horizon. They were ready. Or so they thought. 2 days later, a massive pirate armada sailed into view, anchoring below the towering Red Line continent. The sea was dark with ships, flags waving with the dragon hunter insignia. At the front line stood the Navy. The dragon hunters, they're here. A rear admiral stared at the overwhelming fleet, sweat pouring down his neck. His hands trembled as he tried to summon his armament hockey, but failed. No, not nerves. It was fear. Have we been abandoned by the world government? Why us? Why are we the ones tasked to stop them? Do they think we can even buy time, let alone win? One by one, voices of dread spread like wildfire through the ranks. It infected sailors, marines, even commanding officers. The truth hit hard. There was no plan. They were cannon fodder, meant to die. The world government didn't expect them to stop the dragon hunters. They just wanted the world to see pirates spilling blood. To paint them as monsters, to create a narrative. There's someone coming. A sailor suddenly pointed to the sea. A small boat drifted forward. One man stood at the bow, wind brushing against his cloak. One guy? Are they mocking us? Even if we're cannon fodder, that's just insulting? I swear, if I die, I'm dragging one of them down with me. Despair does strange things. It breeds madness. And right now, madness spread through the Navy lines like wildfire. Then, the man on the boat spoke. I am Heracles, official member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. He didn't shout, but his voice carried through the sea breeze, clear and chilling. Please, make way. Gasps rippled through the ranks. Heracles, never heard of him. Be careful, anyone with that aura has to be dangerous. This guy's intense. Though unknown, Hercules' aura exploded outward, oppressive and absolute. It crushed their morale before a single strike was made. His indifference cut deeper than a blade. Is this the power of a core crew member? The Navy shuddered. Their admirals were in merry joie. What remained here were scraps, brave but hopeless. A mob dressed in uniforms, waiting to die. Just when the Navy stood on the edge of despair, a calm voice cut through the tension like a blade. I'll leave it to you, my friends. Heracles raised his hand and tossed out several strange seeds into the sea below. The moment the seeds touched water, gigantic plants burst forth, sprouting and spreading like wildfire. Thick vines slithered and expanded in all directions, rapidly overtaking the battlefield. The Navy officers, unprepared for such a bizarre attack, were thrown into chaos. Though the vines were lined with sharp thorns and spikes, none of them inflicted real harm. Instead, the plants coiled around the Marines, entangling them, rendering their movements useless. Damn it! We can't let them advance like this. We're the Navy, we don't back down. I'll risk my pride as a Marine to show them that the Navy isn't a joke. Bang! One Marine raised his rifle and fired directly at Heracles, teeth gritted in defiance. PFF'd. The bullet never reached its target. Uvajin appeared in front of Heracles like a phantom, raising his hand casually. He caught the bullet mid-air, then slowly crushed it between his fingers. You done playing soldier? His voice was cold, tinged with killing intent. If you resist, you die. At that instant, a shadow loomed behind the Marines. Phaeton appeared silently, his long blade already pressed against a trembling neck. You, what the hell do you people want? One of the Marines shouted, shaking under Phaeton's overwhelming bloodlust. Phaeton's expression didn't change, he spoke with disdain. We're taking down the world government. This has nothing to do with you Marines. You're just puppets. You, bang! The sound of collapsing bodies echoed through the dock. Weapons clattered to the ground as more and more Marines lost their strength and fell unconscious. Captain, Phaeton said, sheathing his blade and stepping back without another word. Ryunosuke stepped forward, his presence alone commanding silence. His gaze swept across the field of fallen soldiers. I've met Garp before. I have no intention of killing you. So just sleep for now. As his words fell, a tidal wave of Conqueror's haki surged outward. In an instant, every Marine below the rank of captain was knocked out cold. The overwhelming pressure spread across the entire naval fleet like a storm. Only 30 or so officers, those of captain rank or higher, remained standing, but even they trembled under the force, beads of cold sweat trailing down their faces. Their eyes widened in horror. The Navy had collapsed. Not from weapons, not from violence, but from a single burst of willpower. Even these remaining officers, despite staying conscious, knew they couldn't win, not against the full might of the Dragon Hunter pirates. No, they couldn't even stand against a single member. Is this the power of a god? God, he's a god. The words escaped trembling lips as the last traces of resistance faded. One by one, they dropped their weapons and surrendered. What choice did they have? Abandoned by the world government, broken in spirit, there was nothing left for them to fight for. Captain, it's almost time, Ban said lazily, standing off to the side with his hands in his pockets. These Marines weren't even a proper fighting force. And yet you still went through all this trouble just to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. You really are. Bang! Before he could finish, Ban was sent flying by a punch from Meliodas. Captain, are we heading up next? Meliodas asked, brushing dust off his coat. Is it through those vines? Before them, towering vines reached up toward the clouds, forming a living staircase to the red line. Not quite, Ryunosuke replied with a smirk. We're not climbing, we're being launched. Heracles, you're up. Ryunosuke vanished in a blink, reappearing aboard the ship of the gods. The other crew members followed his lead, returning to their respective ships. Got it, Captain. Heracles pulled out a massive seed, larger than a dining table, and tossed it into the sea. Then he uncorked a strange vial and poured its contents into the water. Boom, boom, boom. The sea began to boil. Suddenly, vines thicker than masts surged from the depths, wrapping around every ship in the dragon hunter fleet. What the hell, this guy Heracles is insane. He actually came up with something like this. This is what he meant by being sent up. As the ships groaned under the pressure, more vines burst forth, forming into a colossal humanoid figure. The vines that wrapped around the ships were actually strands of its hair. It was a giant plant, no, a living colossus, grown in seconds. Even in a world as strange as this, the sight left everyone speechless. The ships began to rise. Lifted by vines as thick as towers, the dragon hunter pirates ascended, their fleet carried high into the sky. Within moments, they arrived. The Red Line. So this is the Red Line continent? Meliodas muttered, his expression turning dark. I don't like this feeling. You feel it too? Ryunosuke asked. There's something vile here. A disgusting aura. There's a demon nearby, Ban yawned. His face relaxed despite his words. But whatever. If it becomes annoying, I'll take care of it. No matter the threat, Ban's boredom remained unchanged. Because someone like him, invincible and indifferent, could afford to be lazy. A demon, huh? Ryunosuke murmured. No matter what's waiting up ahead, this is our battlefield. Everyone, are you ready? He turned toward his division leaders, who stood silently behind him. In the distance, atop the Red Line, the holy land of Mary Joie waited. Captain, let me lead the charge. Yahiko stepped forward, calm and composed as always. With the captain's orders in place, there was nothing to hesitate about. Their only job now was to finish what they started. Very well, Ryunosuke said with a nod, the vanguard is yours. Yahiko didn't waste another second. With a simple motion, he leapt forward. Thousands followed behind him, surging toward Mary Joie like a tidal wave of vengeance. At the heart of the world government, in the Grand Chamber of Authority, the 5 elders sat upon their high platform. Below them were the elite scientific corps, the Tenryubito guards, and gathered naval forces. To the sides sat 20 other figures, all seated on ornate stools, eyes closed, as if the coming war was beneath their notice. Sakazuki, said one of the elders, a man named Topman, his voice low and cold. Deal with those pests. You still have your use. Sakazuki's jaw clenched. He didn't appreciate being ordered around. But this was not the time to argue. The dragon hunter pirates were already knocking on their door. He had to respond. He had to defend what little pride the Navy had left. Marines. He bellowed. Accept the challenge. His body erupted in flames. No, molten lava. And he surged forward like a meteor from hell. A sea of molten magma roared down from the heavens, blotting out the sky as Sakazuki, Fleet Admiral Akainu, unleashed a devastating hellfire barrage. Not far away, Admiral Borsellino's eyes narrowed, locking onto a single figure in the chaos. With a flash, he transformed into golden light and shot toward his target like a bullet of divine wrath. Shinra Tensai. Just as Borsellino was about to reach him, a crushing wave of repulsive force slammed into him mid-flight, halting him cold. TCH. Damn! The sudden force caught even the seasoned admiral off guard. He'd heard about these strange abilities from the brief intel gathered on the dragon hunter pirates. But he had never expected the repulsion to be this intense. Admiral? You've never known true pain, have you? Yahiko's voice echoed through the air, cold and unrelenting. That's why you strut around like you're invincible. Let me show you the weight of the world. Just as Borsalino tried to reassemble his form and slip out of range, a second force surged forward. Bansho Tenon. The gravitational pull tore through the battlefield like a black hole, dragging the admiral toward Yahiko with an irresistible force. Yahiko had long surpassed the limits of his former world. His techniques, once feared in the Naruto universe, had evolved, reaching a level comparable to the Six Paths. Even a logia type like Borsalino couldn't shrug off this overwhelming gravity. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed across the battlefield as Yahiko's fist connected with Borsalino, sending him flying through the air like a rag doll. But due to his devil fruit powers, Borsalino's body had already elementalized. It wasn't a clean hit. The attack's force dispersed him into particles of light, more like a gale had blown him away than a fist had struck him. Swish, swish, swish. Behind Yahiko, the other members of the Dragon Hunter pirates surged forward like a tidal wave. And then, buzz! A deep hum resonated as Admiral Fujitora stepped forward, a faint smile forming on his lips. Gravity Blade. With a single swing, invisible pressure crashed down on the pirates like a mountain from the heavens. Don't underestimate the Navy. His voice was calm, resolute. I may not know whether this war is just, but as long as I stand here, I'll challenge the conviction in your hearts. He moved forward slowly, methodically, his sword dragging gravity itself behind him. His gaze locked on Yahiko, the only man here whose abilities rivaled his own. Ha 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 ha. A booming laugh erupted as another figure leapt into action. Now this is a real fight. It was Green Bull, rushing forward like a man possessed. He had never gotten the chance to test his strength against Ryunosuke back at G5, and he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. His fists were wrapped in pitch-black armament hockey, each step distorting the air with sheer force. Bang! Katsuya's fist came crashing down, but it didn't reach Ryunosuke. A man in a crimson leather jacket stepped between them, catching the punch with one hand. Oi, oi, you pickin' a fight with our captain, meathead? You must be out of your damn mind. Ban grinned, licking his lips. They say you're immortal, huh? Interesting, because I call myself immortal. Let's see who deserves the title. And with that, the two collided in a brutal fistfight. No tricks, no hesitation, just raw, unfiltered violence. Fist to flesh. Bone against bone. Shockwaves rippled through the air, tearing apart the ground beneath them as Ban and Green Bull clashed like monsters. It didn't take long before Ban pulled him away from the path, leaving Ryunosuke to march onward toward Mary Joie's undisturbed. Ryunosuke never slowed. He hadn't come here to play. He came to declare war on the world government. Go to hell. Hellhound. Red Lotus Fang. Sakazuki roared as he seized an opening, conjuring a colossal magma hound and launching it from the sky. It slammed into Ryunosuke in a torrent of fire and fury, engulfing him in molten death. SSSSSHHHHH. The attack sizzled, then vanished. The lava evaporated into the air, leaving behind a figure untouched, walking forward step by step. That's quite the rude welcome, Ryunosuke said, brushing magma dust from his shoulder. Do you think you're strong, TCH? Sakazuki's breath caught in his throat. That voice, it came from behind him. He turned. A man with blazing sunlight in his presence stood before him. Escanor. Sakazuki's heart skipped a beat. He'd seen Escanor in action once, briefly, during the G5 raid, but the Navy had little intelligence on him. And now, standing before him, this man exuded a divine arrogance, like a king above the clouds. Escanor didn't even acknowledge him, he just looked through him. You damn bastard. Sakazuki grit his teeth. You dare to look down on me, on a Navy fleet admiral. But Escanor was already moving. Oh, were you saying something? His voice was gentle. Disdainful. You should stay underground, trash. Don't you think so, Fleet Admiral? He raised his hand. By the time Sakazuki registered the motion, it was too late. crack, a sword, not made of steel, but condensed sunlight, came crashing down on Sakazuki's shoulder, slamming him into the red line with explosive force. Boom! Dust and rock flew everywhere. Escanor let out a soft sigh, then turned and casually walked back to Ryunosuke's side. His attack had held back, it wasn't meant to kill. Had Escanor wanted to kill him, Sakazuki would be nothing but ash by now. As the Dragon Hunter pirates pressed forward, another group stood in their path. The vice admirals. They were all hardened veterans, each one had seen the fires of battle. But as they gazed upon the advancing pirates, unease crept into their hearts. We're really doing this, huh? Ha! To think monsters like this exist at sea. Well, if I die here, at least it'll be a warrior's death. One vice admiral drew his sword, his eyes alight with fire. But not all shared his enthusiasm. Do we really have to fight them? Guion whispered, her face pale. A man approached them, slowly, silently, Crollo. His presence alone sent a chill crawling down her spine. The last time she faced this man, she had nightmares for weeks. Small fry should act like small fry, Crollo said, lifting his head. Let my little pets entertain you. Run! Guion's instincts kicked in. She leapt backward, shouting at her fellow soldiers. Then it fell from the sky. A massive fish, birthed of pure mental energy, crashed down like a meteor, swallowing dozens of Marines in one bite. Boom! The Navy's counterattacks were immediate, but futile. The giant mind fish burst into smaller ones, scattering like a plague of ghosts. Some sailors were consumed before they could even scream. Even the celestial dragon guards froze in place, terrified. This was the power of the Dragon Hunter pirates. The air around the Holy Land of Marihoa trembled with tension. The Dragon Hunter pirates had arrived. Standing at the edge of the red line, Saturn's eyes narrowed. His voice boomed with command. Kirito, do it. Kirito simply nodded. Without hesitation, he and the celestial guards sprang into action. Squeak, 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 in a flash of blood and steel, dozens of celestial guards fell. Not by the enemy's hand, but by their own. The sharp glint of betrayal gleamed in their eyes as they turned on their comrades. Saturn's jaw slackened, stunned by the crimson spray that filled the sky. What is this? A grin crept onto Kirito's face as he held his dual swords with unwavering confidence. Now entering as official members of the Dragon Hunter pirates, Kirito and Renshin. The remaining celestial guards behind him had already betrayed the world government. They had long seen through the farce. They were nothing more than pawns, sacrificial lambs in a political game. And the more they understood the Dragon Hunter pirates' cause, the clearer it became, the world government had no intention of protecting them. In that realization, many chose to defect. Those who didn't, well, they were quietly eliminated long before this moment. You. What? Kirito's eyes flared with fury. Kirito, what the hell are you saying? He had boasted of Kirito's power, used his presence to puff up his chest in front of the likes of Mars. But now, the pride of his forces was standing on the side of the enemy. Traitor! Saturn roared, his conqueror's haki exploding like a storm. He surged forward, his fist aimed directly at Kirito's chest. Boom! The blow landed. Kirito, caught mid-strike, was sent flying like a rag doll. But he didn't die. Saturn's expression twisted in disbelief. That punch should have ended him. Then he noticed it. A bullet. A single, perfectly placed shot had struck his fist before impact. From a distance, atop a shattered column, a calm figure reloaded her rifle. Mine. The cold-eyed sniper who had always operated in the shadows. She'd been waiting. The instant Saturn moved, she fired. The force of her bullet disrupted the trajectory of his punch, softening the blow just enough for Kirito to survive. But the others weren't so lucky. In a fit of rage, Saturn unleashed his fury upon the remaining celestial guards. Friend or foe, it didn't matter. They were all targets now. On the red line, Ryunosuke stood calmly with his arms crossed, watching the chaos unfold. HMPH, this guy's stronger than I expected, he muttered. For years, the five elders had been seen as political figures, diplomats, schemers, aristocrats. Few in the world knew of their true strength. But now, Ryunosuke understood just what kind of monster Fisher Tiger had faced back then. And perhaps, what kind of opponents Rox D. Zebek had clashed with in his prime. "Captain, let me at him," Meliodas said, cracking his knuckles. His eyes were glowing with excitement. "I didn't come here for sightseeing." Ryunosuke smirked. "Go ahead." He took a step forward and raised his voice for the crew. "No need to hold back, we came here to make noise. If we take down even one of the 5 elders, hell, that's a win in my book." Meanwhile, Mars barked orders from within a bunker-like chamber. "Open fire." Now, in response, dozens of laser turrets and missile launchers activated. Bullets and beams rained from above. It was pure technological warfare, but useless. The Dragon Hunter pirates were built for this. Yahiko's division launched forward like shadows, their bodies torn and rebuilt by biomechanical enhancements. Their weapons hissed with steam and glowed with unstable energy. Boom, boom, boom. Massive explosions rocked Marihoa. Fire lit the sky. "What the hell? When did they get this kind of firepower?" Mars shouted, panic creeping into his voice. "This kind of tech, even Vegapunk took years to develop." Sweat trickled down his neck. Could it be someone defected? Could it be Dragon Hunter pirates had their own Vegapunk? He didn't have time to dwell. Enough. Mars turned toward the 19 seated elders, the world nobles who hadn't moved an inch since the fighting began. "You're just going to sit there while Marihoa gets destroyed." But one man finally stood. A blonde-haired figure with a terrifying presence. The moment he rose, even the other 19 stirred uncomfortably. "You 5 elders are pathetic," the man sneered. "Master I am handed this world to you, and you let it rot in your hands." He cracked his knuckles. "I'll clean this mess myself." He stepped forward, his aura oozing malice and superiority. "Saint Jinoka. That's my name," and then, he vanished. In the blink of an eye, Jinoka appeared directly in front of Ryunosuke. "You're the captain, right?" Ryunosuke raised a brow. "If we cut the head off the snake, the body dies. So tell me, would you kindly die now?" Without waiting for an answer, Jinoka struck. A flash of black lightning danced across his blade. Time itself seemed to warp and shudder. The slash was too fast, too perfect. But it didn't hit. The blade passed through nothing. Ryunosuke appeared a second later, behind him. "Misunderstood something, didn't you?" he said calmly. "You think I came here to die?" He grinned. "You reek of royal blood, but your bloodline failed you." Bang! A slap, simple, brutal, struck Jinoka across the face. He flew. Like a meteor, his body slammed through several marble towers before vanishing into the horizon. The battlefield froze. Then, "Let's go." Krollo stepped forward, flipping open his bandit's secret book. "We're pirates. Stealing castles is our specialty." He tapped a word, "fish." Water swirled under his feet, and his eyes flashed. "Strengthening system. Phaeton. Your turn." Phaeton's aura erupted. Armor formed from sheer will. "This guy, when did he even change outfits?" someone muttered. "Thanks for the warm welcome," Phaeton smirked. "Now, catch this." He pressed his palm to the ground. Star. From the heavens, a blinding, white-hot star plummeted. Even Sakazuki, who had just crawled from a pit, recoiled in fear. That heat, it could melt magma. Krollo and Phaeton had fused their Nen abilities, creating a weapon that could scorch the skies. From the front lines, the 1st Division charged. "Susano, liberate." One cut Murasama. "Unseal, evil spirits, obey me." Each crew member unleashed their own imperial arms, weapons glowing with ancient power. The world government forces scrambled. The 19 remaining nobles, those arrogant onlookers, finally stood. They had no choice. They felt it. The threat was real now. And they had to kill, before the Dragon Hunter pirates stole everything. The scent of war hung heavy in the air, sharp, electric, inevitable. Ryunosuke stood tall, flanked by Escanor, as they faced the 5 elders inside Pangaea Castle. The tension was so thick it could have been sliced by Mihawk's blade. Just moments ago, Saturn's terrifying display of power had sent a shockwave through the room, and through Ryunosuke's gut. He had seen Kirito's strength firsthand. While not the strongest among the Dragon Hunter pirates, Kirito was no weakling either. With his system panel, he'd honed his body close to its peak potential. And yet, Just one strike from Saturn had nearly crippled him. That wasn't just brute force. That was dominance, centuries of experience refined into one terrifying blow. These old men, they weren't relics of the past, they were monsters wearing the skin of politicians. Ryunosuke, one of the elders, sneered, brushing imaginary dust off his sleeve. You're just the leader of a logistic crew, aren't you? If you're willing to cooperate with the world government, another chimed in with a forced grin, we might reconsider your attack on Mary Joieuse. Of course, the third one added coldly, we'll still declare your crew criminals, but perhaps, only lightly punish them. Don't waste your breath, Top Man cut in sharply. They won't kneel. He wasn't wrong. The Dragon Hunter pirates had become a force far beyond what the world government predicted. What baffled Top Man most was the crew's sheer unity. These weren't just pirates, they were believers, fighters who would rather die than betray their captain. That wasn't supposed to happen. For 3 years, the world government had been watching them grow, tracking their battles, their victories, their movements. When the division leaders were out on solo missions, agents approached them with bribes, offers, even threats. They expected a few to crack. They expected loyalty to falter. And yet, nothing. Every single one of those bribed division leaders had taken the gifts and smiled, but now stood on the battlefield, blades drawn, fighting to the death under Ryunosuke's banner. It was humiliating. Top Man, the architect of that secret operation, felt the shame biting at his pride like a rabid dog. Then, Ryunosuke spoke. His voice was soft, even pleasant, but what he said made the temperature in the room drop like a stone in the ocean. I only have one condition. His eyes, golden and unblinking, met Garagi's. For every member of my division who died, I want a celestial dragon buried alongside them. If not, then we fight. He smiled, but there was no warmth behind it. Top Man felt the chill crawl up his spine. The boy's calm wasn't weakness, it was control. Ryunosuke was a man who could kill without blinking, yet speak as though asking for tea. Then I suppose, Top Man said slowly, we have no choice but to fight. Ryunosuke cut him off and moved. A sonic boom cracked the air as Ryunosuke vanished and reappeared in front of Top Man, fist cocked. No more words. The time for diplomacy had died the moment the first crewmate fell. Peter lunged in from the flank, his crutch wrapped in black armament hockey, aiming for Ryunosuke's ribs. But Escanor moved just as swiftly, intercepting the others before they could engage. Saturn, Mars, and Noosjiro had already targeted Escanor, recognizing him as the greatest threat. After all, they'd seen what he did to Sakazuki. Apologies, Escanor said politely, golden axe materializing in his hand. Light armor blooming around his body. But my captain has given an order. He raised his axe, and with a dazzling grin added, please die quietly. The heat around him intensified as his power began to rise. Though it wasn't noon, his body shimmered like the noonday sun, unstoppable and glorious. Then, boom! The sky itself screamed. A meteor, no, a sun-like mass descended from above, casting a massive shadow over all of Mary Joieuse. Yahiko had arrived. Breaking through the battlefield like a ghost, he stood high above the Holy Land, palms raised. His voice echoed with divine finality. God. Tengoku no Tenmetsu. It was massive, far greater than anything Fujitora had ever summoned. A meteorite so vast it swallowed the sky. Panic erupted. No, Saturn shouted, eyes wide with dread. The celestial dragons, get them out now. Members of the celestial group instantly broke formation, redirecting their attention from the Dragon Hunter pirates to the incoming apocalypse. 6 of them shot into the air, aiming to intercept it. Fujitora stepped forward too, his gravity powers straining to slow the descent. He succeeded, but barely. Blood sprayed from his lips as the strain overwhelmed him. Even so, his observation haki never lied. He could sense Yahiko clearly. There was no hatred, no chaos, just serenity, power wrapped in purpose. And still more strength beneath the surface. Why? Fujitora asked quietly. Why join this fight? With your pain, you could have walked away. Yahiko appeared in front of him in a flash, because I know pain. Shinra Tensai. Fujitora was hurled backward, crashing through steel and stone. Yahiko turned again, his chakra boiling. Hands clapped together. Blood poured from his nose. Tengoku no Tenmetsu. God. Ten no Mu Bakuhatsu. His entire being ignited with one final effort. A second celestial star, larger than the last, descended from the heavens. This one carried not just fire, but gravity. A vortex formed, sucking in the 6 celestial warriors still airborne. The broken fragments of the first meteor were dragged into its core, forming a mass of doom. The 6 were wrapped in debris, unable to escape. And then, Kra-kum, the second star collapsed into itself, detonating with a force that shook the red line. Light and shockwaves engulfed the sky. When it cleared, nothing remained. No meteor, no celestial group. No Yahiko. Only silence. And ash. Ryunosuke stood still, fists clenched. One of his captains had just sacrificed himself to kill 6 of the celestial dragon group. Even the 5 elders stared in shock. The death of 6 celestial dragon warriors. The sacrifice of Yahiko. Saturn stared in stunned horror. He had witnessed countless battles across the centuries. He had fought alongside legends and crushed rebellions with ease, but this was something else. If that colossal meteor had struck him directly, if Escanor's radiant power had focused on him instead of others, he wouldn't be standing. Even now, just recalling the burning heat in Escanor's presence made him sweat coldly. The battlefield had transformed into a god's coliseum. One misstep, and even the 5 elders could fall. Yahiko's self-detonating attack had been both suicidal and glorious. Saturn expected chaos, fear, despair to spread among the dragon hunter pirates. After all, their 3rd division captain had just perished in a blaze of fury. But what he saw left him speechless. The dragon hunter pirates didn't falter. There was no panic. No grief. No hesitation. They fought on, resolute, calm, and ruthless. Are they machines? Saturn muttered, veins twitching beneath his skin. What kind of mad faith bound these pirates together? What madness allowed them to fight with no fear of death? Even the 5 elders found themselves stunned. Before they could make sense of it, a thundering voice boomed from the heart of the battlefield. You worms aren't qualified to observe that fight. Escanor's voice echoed like the roar of a sun god. The dragon hunter pirates don't need spectators. Especially not cowards like the 5 elders. Saturn turned. His breath caught. There stood Escanor, axe in hand, radiating divine heat, his power peaking beyond reason. You dare? Noosjiro hissed. But Escanor cut him off with a sneer. Dare? I am power incarnate. You should tremble that I even speak to you. And then, he struck. Boom! His axe came down like a falling sun. A golden shockwave spread across the battlefield, forcing every fighter, friend or foe, to leap back. Even Ba, near immortal and unshakable, wanted no part of it. No one dared be in the path of that blow. Saturn, Mars, and Noosjiro weren't so lucky. They were the target. Under the divine weight of Escanor's power, the very air around them ignited. Their bodies began to disintegrate, bones cracking, flesh tearing, until a last-second surge of their own magical power held them together. Barely. But even then, Saturn lost a leg. Mars's left arm was gone. Half of Noosjiro's face had been obliterated. And Escanor's body shattered. Another of the dragon hunter pirates' pillars had fallen. Ryunosuke stood in silence, still locked in combat with Topman and Peter. His fists were bloodied, his face bruised, but his aura had not dimmed for a second. He fought like a man who had never known fear. The 5 elders began to understand. If even the crew could fight like this, what kind of monster was their captain? Ryunosuke wasn't just strong, he was terrifying, a storm in human skin. And though he had just lost 2 of his most powerful allies, Yahiko and Escanor, he continued to suppress his 2 opponents. Saturn and the others could do nothing to help. Wounded and overwhelmed, they were now facing a new threat. The rest of the dragon hunter pirates were closing in. And they weren't afraid. They came like shadows in the night, blades flashing, voices silent. The battlefield had become a slaughterhouse. Overhead, a news coup hovered, camera shutters snapping furiously. And in a hidden room far across the sea, Morgans grinned like a madman. He scratched out Yahiko's and Escanor's names from the intelligence roster. Gone. Dead. But oh, what a story. The world government, invincible for 900 years, was being cornered by a pirate crew born just 3 years ago. This wasn't just a battle. This was a shift in the world's heartbeat. Whitebeard's war with the Navy had shaken the seas. But this would be remembered as the War of Gods. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Death reigned. The ordinary crew of the Dragon Hunter pirates, every last one, had perished. They fought bravely, but in such a high-intensity battlefield, even the strongest fodder stood no chance. The squad leaders, too, had fallen one by one. Now, amidst the ruin, only the fiercest remained. In the heart of the blood-soaked plains, Conrad roared. Still in his Sulong form, he stood atop a mound of corpses, his own kin among them. Dozens of dead mink warriors lay silent beside him. Lord Conrad, a wounded mink warrior cried out, "Let us buy you time, awaken your final form." The last 3 members of the mink tribe entered their Sulong forms and charged, their bodies crackling with electricity. They blocked the incoming wave of world government elites without hesitation. They couldn't win, but they didn't need to. "We have upheld the honor of the Dragon Hunter pirates," they howled. Conrad lifted his head to the sky. A brilliant moon rose overhead, summoned by his moonlight fruit ability. Its silver glow bathed Conrad, igniting the final surge of power. Sky feathers spread from his back, forming blazing white wings. His muscles swelled, his auras surged, his blood poured like rain. He was dying, but radiant. The warriors of the celestial dragon began to retreat. They knew. Conrad had become a beast of final judgment. Slash! He struck. Faster than light, stronger than fate. 3 members of the celestial group, slaughtered before their observation hockey could react. Then came the final burst. Conrad exploded into light, leaving nothing but silence. The battlefield was littered with corpses. The once mighty Dragon Hunter pirates were nearly gone. Tens of thousands of their crew had died, yet not one of the 20 celestial dragon elites remained. Among the 5 elders, 3 were now broken and unable to fight. The last 2, Peter and Topman, were locked in feudal combat with Ryunosuke. Boom! A massive shockwave ripped across the battlefield. The clash between Ryunosuke, Topman, and Peter was forcefully interrupted. All 3 stopped. Everyone stopped. A new power had arrived. This presence, Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes, is it? He didn't need to guess. The 5 elders behind him dropped to their knees. "Lord, I am," they chorused. From the shadows emerged a tall figure, elegant, poised. A woman. She wore a tall crown-like hat, her face obscured partially by shadows, yet her beauty was unmistakable. Cold, distant, absolute. The true ruler of the world. Dragon Hunter pirates. Her voice was as still as death. "Your strength is wasted on this fight. Leave." Ryunosuke didn't move, "So you're the one they all kneeled to." He cracked his knuckles. "We didn't come here to run. We came to finish what we started. So, I am, was it? Show me what the world government's ultimate weapon looks like." His aura exploded outward, waves of golden force spiraling around him. Behind him, the last surviving members of his crew fled the battlefield. He had warned them. If he unleashed his full power, even his allies would be caught in the inferno. I Am didn't flinch. "If that's your choice," power began to seep from her body. Cold, annihilating force. Even the 5 elders scrambled to retreat. So did the scattered remnants of the pirates. Then, slash! A blade pierced through the wind and space itself. A young man appeared in front of Ryunosuke, his eyes dead, his movements perfect. In his hand, a longsword coated in gray haki and a strange, decaying aura. The blade plunged straight into Ryunosuke's chest. Ryunosuke's aura wavered for just a moment. A sharp pain shot through his chest as a sword pierced him clean through. His golden eyes turned downward to see a blade covered in gray haki and destruction energy jutting out of him. Before him stood a young man, expressionless, silent, deadly. So fast, Ryunosuke muttered, "Is this, the Heavenly King's power?" He looked into the youth's cold eyes, then chuckled. "Ah, so that's what this is. A fragment of the Infinity Stones, the destruction path." With one hand, Ryunosuke seized the young man by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Seize. In an instant, A surge of black and purple energy enveloped Ryunosuke's arm. Chrollo's stolen technique, the power to claim abilities. Normally, he avoided using it. Most powers weren't worth taking. But this energy of pure destruction fascinated him. He had sensed something similar once, on Kuina's infinite white stone. You know about the infinity stones? I.M. asked, her composed voice breaking for the first time. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Ryunosuke smirked. I know enough. The young man in his grasp shriveled like dried leather, his life force absorbed in seconds. Ryunosuke tossed the husk aside. In his hand gleamed a pale, 5-centimeter shard of white crystal. The infinite white stone. Im's eyes widened ever so slightly. That boy had been one of her creations, her weapons. His blade had pierced Ryunosuke, yet here he stood, completely unfazed. There was only one explanation. Ryunosuke possessed resistance to the Infinity Stone's power. She wasn't just facing a pirate, she was facing something far worse. Ryunosuke, I.M. said slowly, join us. Her words fell like a storm of petals, soft yet dangerous. I'll grant you a position above even the 5 elders. You could rule the world with me. Ryunosuke's brow twitched, but his eyes remained steady. He didn't come here for negotiations, he came for war. To rule the world, he said quietly. You really think I'd abandon my crew and everything we've built for that? A short laugh escaped him. I refuse. The world government's ideals are nothing like mine. Whatever you're planning, my dragon hunter pirates will oppose it to the very end. There's no turning back now. A flicker of relief passed through his features, like a man finally freeing himself from doubt. He had hesitated, briefly, but now, the path was clear. To stand beside I.M. would be like shaking hands with a devil. He knew he wasn't clever enough to outmaneuver a being like her. She'd been playing this game for centuries, maybe longer. No trusting her was suicide in slow motion. I see, I.M. said flatly. Then you'll die here. She raised her hand. Dozens of glowing orbs of water floated into the air, surrounding her like a halo. Behind her, a dark aura surged, a familiar, suffocating presence. That aura again. Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes. Is this another replica of the Heavenly King? Or was this the real one? He had read about this moment in Rox D. Zebek's journal. Back then, during the infamous raid on Mary Joieuse, Rox had made it this far, only to be stopped by a mysterious man standing in front of I.M. There had been talk of the Heavenly King, a monstrous, colossal body. But now, there was no giant, no titan standing behind I.M. Had the form changed? Or had the King of Heaven been hiding in plain sight this entire time? Regardless, Ryunosuke knew one thing. He couldn't underestimate the woman before him. If the 5 elders had such frightening strength, then the one they bowed to must be in a league of her own. You know about the Heavenly King? I.M. asked. Then allow me to kill you with its power. She snapped her fingers. The floating spheres of water twisted and warped into serpentine dragon heads, each one snarling with destructive intent. Azure Sky Blade. Ryunosuke raised his weapon high. A chilling blast of cold erupted from the blade, freezing the very air around him. The water dragons lunged. But before they could reach him, they froze mid-flight, ice engulfing their heads, their long bodies shattering into frozen mist. Boom! The explosion followed immediately after. The frozen water dragons detonated, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Debris tore through the ground. A powerful shockwave engulfed Ryunosuke, crackling with elemental fury. But when the dust settled, he was still standing. His black armor shimmered with haki. Cracks lined his boots and shoulders, but there were no wounds. His body hadn't just endured the attack, it had absorbed it. Armament haki. Dragon hunter armor. Mental enhancement, devouring absorption. He had layered every defense he had, and it worked. So you survived, I.M. said coolly. Impressive, then I'll use my full power. Heavenly King, arise. The world shifted. Darkness fell like a curtain. A glowing aura wrapped itself around I.M.'s body. And when it faded, she stood clad in armor unlike any seen before, a divine suit shimmering with cosmic power. It was the Heavenly King's mantle. A force that had once raised islands, erased armies, and crushed pirate fleets with a single blow. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. I am vanished, so did Ryunosuke. A deafening boom shattered the air as the two vanished into a higher realm of combat, far above the battlefield. Back on the ground, Meliodas grinned. The captain's going all out, guess it's our turn. He drew his divine weapon, Lost Vengeance, as black lightning crackled across his body. Cursed magic surged through his veins, forming jagged runes across his skin. With a single step, he vanished. A second later, boom. An explosion tore through Mary Geoise. From the sky, Enel hovered over the battlefield. Lightning danced across his skin as he activated the ship of God from afar. Main battery, fire. Shino, mine, snipe the defenders. The colossal warship, hidden until now, roared into action. It soared above Mary Geoise and began its bombardment. Cannon after cannon fired, sending destruction down upon the world government's last defenses. The five elders were powerless to stop it. Mary Geoise was crumbling. Burning. Collapsing. Then, withdraw, Ryunosuke's voice boomed from the sky like the will of a god. Every remaining member of the Dragon Hunter pirates vanished in a flash, retreating aboard the ship of God. Enel grinned. Here's a parting gift. Boom. A final shockwave erupted from the ship's cannons, engulfing what remained of the Holy Land. The ship of God disappeared into the clouds. Silence followed. And then, Ryunosuke reappeared on the scorched battlefield, alone. Ryunosuke stood on the scorched earth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His breathing was labored, his body battered, but his expression held a strange sense of calm relief. So, I Am wasn't invincible after all. Their clash had shown him that clearly. I Am may have stood at the top for centuries, but she bled just like anyone else. She could be hurt. Ryunosuke wasn't there yet, not at her level, but one day, he would be. The five elders, they were no longer a threat. At best, they could fight on par with his squad captains. But the Dragon Hunter pirates, his crew, had only existed for 3 years. 3 years, and they had brought the world government to its knees. There was still room to grow. Still potential to unlock. The war had earned him an overwhelming rise in reputation points. He could now recruit new powerhouses to his cause. But not yet. His gaze remained fixed on I Am. She was wounded too, her divine armor cracked, stained with her own blood. Ryunosuke, I Am said, her voice low but steady, if you continue, you'll die. My offer still stands. Join me. The position above the five elders is yours. You could even lead the world government itself. Ryunosuke remained silent for a moment. Then, with a faint smile, he replied, I appreciate the offer. But I didn't come here for negotiations. I came to avenge my crew. And now, I'll return to being a pirate. His grip tightened around the azure blade. Feel free to keep raising our bounty. We'll make sure we're worth every berry. He turned, ready to walk away. Schlacked. A sudden burst of darkness flashed before his eyes. From the shadows, a clawed hand tore through his chest, straight through his heart. Even his advanced armament Haki and Dragon Hunter armor were useless against this sneak attack. Blood sprayed across the rubble. Ryunosuke's eyes widened in fury. Teach, standing before him, grinning like the devil himself, was Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard. Anyone, huh? Ryunosuke growled. Even dogs and rats think they can bite me now? He staggered slightly, catching himself. Blackbeard's laugh echoed through the ruined battlefield. Zihahahaha. You didn't expect this, did you, Ryunosuke? Captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates, reduced to prey. I'll be the one to end your era. The world government, the 4 emperors, they're nothing. The age of Blackbeard begins now. In his hand, Teach held a strange, glowing core, Ryunosuke's origin essence. He swallowed it without hesitation. A violent surge of energy erupted from his body, shaking the ground beneath his feet. But Ryunosuke didn't panic. In fact, he smiled. You actually dared to devour my origin. Where do you get that kind of confidence? He lifted a trembling arm. My power isn't something you can just take. He clenched his fist. Designated recruitment, Marin. A golden magic circle appeared in front of him. From its center, a woman stepped out. Tall, regal, terrifyingly beautiful, her presence sent a chill down every survivor's spine. The ground trembled beneath her feet. Her aura was overwhelming, cold and divine. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Could Ryunosuke summon beings like this, at will? Was this how the dragon hunter pirates had grown so powerful? Before anyone could react, Ryunosuke's aura surged once more. The azure blade in his hand changed, runes glowing across its edge. Underworld contract. The word, underworld, blazed across the blade. Blackbeard, now crackling with chaotic energy from the origin he devoured, suddenly faltered. His instincts screamed at him. Run! He turned, opening a vortex with his dark fruit to flee. But it was too late. Imprison, time erasure. Marin extended her hand and touched Ryunosuke's arm. Instantly, his body turned to golden sand and scattered into the air. The battlefield around him crumbled, the dead dissolved. Even Blackbeard, already halfway into his escape, began to break apart, his cells unraveling under the divine force. He tried to scream, but no sound came, he vanished. Just like that. Erased. Ryunosuke's voice echoed through the silence. I won't die. My dragon hunter pirates won't perish. We'll return, and when we do, don't make the same mistake again. A crooked smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Then, he too disappeared into dust. Thus, the War of Gods came to an end. Mary Joieuse lay in ruins. The dragon hunter pirates had suffered devastating losses. The world government had lost more than half of its military might. The navy was all but destroyed, less than 20% of its original forces survived. The 5 elders were gravely injured. Even I.M. had been wounded. The balance of the world shattered. Panic spread like wildfire. At the same time, deep within impelled down, the Revolutionary Army made their move. Led by Dragon himself, they launched a brutal assault. The prison warden, Magellan, was left in critical condition. The entire scientific research division was seized. And impelled down was no more. On the Red Line, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates clashed with the Blackbeard remnants. Burgess fell in battle. Doc Q was captured. The rest fled, broken and wounded. The war hadn't been confined to Mary Joieuse. It had spread like wildfire across the Grand Line. With the world government shaken, pirates rose like sharks in bloody waters. Old monsters awakened. Territories once ruled by the Navy fell to chaos. Even allied nations found themselves under siege. A global war had begun, all of it sparked by one man. Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Now presumed dead, the world government seized the opportunity. They launched a global manhunt, targeting every surviving member of his crew. If they could not erase the past, they would bury the future. 5 days later, the Flower Room, Pangaea Castle. The surviving 4 elders knelt before I.M. Their faces were pale. Their eyes hollow. I.M. stood above them, calm and silent. Who decided to provoke the Dragon Hunter pirates in the first place? She asked, her voice icy. A long silence followed. Then, Saturn stepped forward. It was me. He didn't beg, didn't flinch, he accepted responsibility. His elite guard, the Celestial Group, had been wiped out. One of his own had betrayed them. There was no excuse. Good. I.M. waved her hand. Saturn's head hit the marble floor with a dull thud. The other 4 knelt lower, trembling, no words. Only fear. With Saturn's lifeless body slumped to the floor, silence engulfed the flower chamber of Pangaea Castle. Mars slowly raised his head. Lord I.M., he said, voice steady, should we pursue the Dragon Hunter pirates now? Without Ryunosuke, they're nothing more than a scattered mob. If we strike swiftly, we can wipe them out completely. It was a logical strategy. From Mars' point of view, the root of the disaster lay in that cursed pirate crew. If they were obliterated, the world government might still salvage a shred of its pride. But as long as even a single dragon hunter remained alive, they would be a symbol of the world government's failure. Pursue them? Im's eyes narrowed coldly. Do you truly believe that Ryunosuke would die so easily? Her voice carried an icy edge. Did you not sense the aura of that woman who appeared in the end? The one who erased him and Blackbeard from existence. Mars's lips parted slightly, but no words came out. You talk of hunting down his crew as if they're rats hiding in gutters. But tell me, Should I bother bringing you back alive after such an idiotic suggestion? Her voice cracked like a whip. The 5 elders were supposed to be the wisest leaders beneath I am. And yet, they were acting like startled civilians. Did they not understand why the dragon hunter pirates were so dangerous? Why their crew members could charge to their deaths with no fear, no hesitation? Why not a single tear had been shed, even when Yahiko or Escanor or Conrad died on the battlefield? Had the 5 elders truly learned nothing? Or were they still frozen in fear, numbed by the magnitude of their own defeat? What do you mean? Mars finally asked, his voice weak. I am stared at him with visible disappointment. If the dragon hunter pirates were really just a reckless group of lunatics, she said, they would have been crushed long before reaching Mary Geoise. But they didn't. They grew stronger. They evolved. They endured. Because something far more terrifying binds them together. Before she could continue, the Den Den Mushi beside her rang sharply. I am picked it up. Morgans. Tell me everything you know about the dragon hunter pirates, now. Morgans didn't hesitate. It's been 3 years and 2 months since their flag was raised, he began. Ryunosuke was born from Fuchsia and grew up alongside Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, and the brothers Ace and Sabo. They officially set sail in the year 1520 of the sea calendar. Today, Ryunosuke's strength is already at the level of a super emperor. And to be clear, I don't think he's dead. His words hit the chamber like a thunderclap. Mars' knuckles widened. After everything they had sacrificed, after Marihoa was left in ruin, hearing this man claim that Ryunosuke might still be alive stirred rage and fear in equal measure. You're saying they survived? Mars muttered. I'm saying, Morgans continued, that they've survived worse. 3 years ago, when they first entered the Grand Line, the dragon hunter pirates were ambushed by the Navy. Garp and Aokiji personally led the assault. It should have been a guaranteed slaughter. But their fallen crewmates returned. They resurrected, right from their ship. Im's eyes narrowed. Resurrection. A power that defied logic, defied fate. I don't know if they can bring back all of their forces, Morgans added. But even if just the core members return, you will not survive a direct confrontation. Mars sat back in stunned silence. All thoughts of pursuit disappeared from his mind. They weren't ready. If even a handful of those monsters lived, and the world government dared to provoke them now, they'd be walking straight into their own graves. Send me everything you've compiled, I am ordered. You'll be rewarded. And whatever you asked for before, you'll get it. She hung up the call. The room returned to silence. Mars bowed low. Lord I am, what should we do now? He no longer carried the excitement he had moments ago. Morgan's words had doused his pride like a bucket of cold seawater. We rebuild, I am said simply. Marihoa must be restored. Its presence is absolute. I'm going into hibernation. From now on, Findus will act as the new 5th elder and support the rest of you in restoring order. If any of the world nobles object, remove them. With that, she vanished. Moments later, a tall man stepped into the room. He was young, with silver hair and an arrogant smile. Findus. The newest 5 elder star. Let's work well together, Findus said casually. We'll start with cleaning up the rubble. As for those whiny nobles, don't worry, I'll make them see reason. Mars picked up Saturn's body and left in silence. The remaining 3 followed Findus, heading out to begin damage control for the world government. Revolutionary Army Headquarters, brother, is dead? Sabo's voice trembled as he stared at the newspaper in his hands. Tears rolled down his cheeks before he could stop them. He refused to believe it. He couldn't. Kurla quickly tried to comfort him. It says he's suspected to have died in battle, not confirmed. And look, there's no news of the world government hunting the dragon hunter pirates. They're scared. Your brother, he's not gone. Sabo nodded slowly, but the dread in his chest wouldn't leave. The dragon hunter pirates had vanished. No trace left on the sea. That wasn't like them at all. Their crew thrived on storming the spotlight. To disappear like smoke, I'm calling Ace, Sabo said suddenly, wiping his eyes. He had a direct line to the Byakugan group. With luck, Ace would know something. Whitebeard pirates. New World Ace's voice was heavy with frustration. No word, he admitted. Not a trace. The Whitebeard pirates have been searching everywhere. Nothing in the New World. Nothing in paradise. They're gone. Vanished. The largest independent pirate crew outside the four emperors, simply gone. No flare. No message. No survivors. Amazon Lily, 9 Snake Island. On the cliffside, Luffy stood beside Rayleigh. The old man handed him a folded newspaper. Luffy read it quietly, then clenched it tightly in his fists. "He's not dead," he said, voice flat. A single spark ignited in his hand. The newspaper burst into flames. A fire gun fist, cast without movement, just pure heat born of anger. In the days following the war, the seas buzzed with rumors. Were the dragon hunter pirates truly gone? Some believed it. Others, especially their loyal followers, refused to accept it. Fanatical supporters across the Grand Line clung to hope. How could a godlike man like Ryunosuke fall in battle? How could a crew that toppled the world government vanish without a trace? 10,000 meters beneath the sea, Fishman Island. Far beneath the surface, in the quiet blue of the ocean depths, King Neptune received the news a full week after the battle. He immediately rushed to find Shirahoshi. The mermaid princess was playing happily with her new friends, a group of giant sea kings circling the island protectively. Despite their terrifying size, they nuzzled Shirahoshi like puppies. Even Neptune, battle-hardened and proud, felt uneasy in their presence. "Father," Shirahoshi tilted her head, "is something wrong?" Normally, Neptune never disturbed her while she played. Ever since the last incident with the intruders from the surface, the Sea Kings had become Fishman Island's guardians. With their presence, no invader could approach. In turn, Shirahoshi had grown more cheerful, more confident. "There's news," Neptune said heavily. The dragon hunter pirates launched a full-scale war against the world government. And they were completely wiped out. Silence fell over the area. The Sea Kings paused mid-motion. Shirahoshi blinked. Then slowly shook her head. "Master Ryunosuke isn't dead." She said it with a smile. A calm, unwavering certainty. Neptune looked at her in disbelief. "He's not? I can feel it," she whispered. "We made a pact, do you remember? Since then, I've been connected to him. I can't speak with him, but I know he's still alive." Neptune exhaled slowly. "Still," he said, "Shirahoshi, you must stay within the island for now. If the world government suspects anything, Fishman Island might become a target." At his words, the Sea Kings let out low growls. Their massive eyes turned toward Neptune in displeasure. They didn't like the idea of keeping Shirahoshi caged away again. "Everyone, please, be patient. I won't stay inside forever," Shirahoshi said gently, "but until Master Ryunosuke recovers, I'll wait." The Sea Kings calmed immediately. Her word, to them, was law. With a final nod, Shirahoshi followed Neptune back to the palace. The Sea Kings dispersed across the trench, surrounding Fishman Island like an unbreakable wall. Any fool who dared approach would be torn apart in an instant. Red Line, former battlefield on the shattered lands of Mary Joise, a cloaked figure stepped onto the scorched earth. His eyes traced the remnants of the war, the broken ground, the lingering energy in the air. And yet, no corpses. No wreckage. "Where are the bodies?" he muttered. Not even ashes remained of the dragon hunter pirates. Surely, if the world government had claimed victory, they'd have displayed the bodies as a warning. "So why, nothing, still alive, huh?" A calm voice came from above. The cloaked figure looked up. Perched atop a meteorite left behind by Fujitora's gravity was a young man with ethereal presence, as if he had been sitting there for days. The man's aura felt distant, almost divine. "You're still breathing," the figure replied dryly. "So of course I am. But this is the state of your precious world government? All it took was one rookie pirate crew to reduce it to rubble. You speak of power, but what are you proud of?" The young man didn't respond with anger. Instead, he smiled. "As expected. The rise of men like Ryunosuke is necessary," he said softly. "Their presence is not a threat, but a turning point. I don't care about the world government's authority, that belongs to fossils. My ambition is something else. My name is Roy." He turned his gaze out toward the sea. That was where his true path lay. "Not here. Not yet. Letting the world fall into chaos, is that your way of preparing for the future?" The cloaked man narrowed his eyes. Roy shook his head. Chaos is not something I caused. It's simply the law of the sea. The strong rise, the weak fall. What happens next is not my concern. But I warn you, stay out of this. That ship, the Dragon Hunter pirates, their crew, their captain. They may very well be the key to breaking everything. If you interfere, it won't just cost you your life. As Roy finished, a gust of wind swept across the battlefield. The stranger's cloak fluttered, revealing a bleached skeleton beneath. His identity, unknown to the world, but his existence whispered of something far older than the world government. Beneath the red line, G-line border, the red-haired pirates had finally arrived. Their delay in the East Blue, searching for leads on the Infinity Stones, had cost them precious time. Shanks stepped off the ship and stared at the aftermath. The battlefield was empty, but something still lingered. Energy, intention, power. Late again, he murmured. Ben Beckman lit a cigarette and glanced around. No bodies, he noted. Not even the Dragon Hunter pirates dead. The naval ships here are still intact, Jesus Burgess added. Seems like they didn't even bother with these guys. Word is, most of the Marines stationed here resigned afterward. Some even became pirates themselves. It's not hard to imagine why. To face monsters like that, it breaks a man. Shanks remained silent. Monk looked up toward the cliffs. Should we head up? Shanks shook his head. There's nothing more to learn here. He turned and walked back toward the deck. Let's go. Whatever had happened here, the answers would come in time. Among the many powers thrown into disarray by the War of the Gods, none suffered more than the naval headquarters. The blow was catastrophic. Their elite forces had been decimated, and even their top brass left battered and broken. Inside Marineford, the atmosphere was suffocating. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, once the embodiment of magma-fueled justice, now sat silently at his desk, fingers clenched tight. His gaze was dark, distant. Across the room, even Admiral Borsellino, who typically wore a lazy, indifferent grin, looked grim. Nearby, the three veterans, Garp, Sengoku, and Suru, had just returned from the East Blue. Their timing couldn't have been worse. Sakazuki slammed a fist against the desk, breaking the silence. In this war, he growled, voice low and simmering with rage, we lost 190 captains, 56 rear admirals, 8 vice admirals. Our admiral was nearly crippled. 60% of our lower-ranking forces, our rookies, our next generation, have defected. His voice rose to a roar. Can anyone here tell me what exactly the Navy accomplished in this war? The room remained silent. Sakazuki's fury turned toward the trio who had spent the crucial hours of battle away, on what was, in his eyes, a vacation. The East Blue. Peaceful. Untouched. And they had been there, while Mary Joieuse burned. Yes, he had approved it beforehand, but now, the consequences of that decision weighed heavily on him. They were veterans. Advisors. Former leaders. Had they abandoned their post? Had they turned their backs on the very justice they once upheld? As Fleet Admiral, Sakazuki had always believed in one thing above all. Absolute justice. It was the code that gave him purpose, the belief that the Navy must protect the world, no matter the cost. And yet, here they were, broken, defeated, humiliated. Their military strength had been reduced to less than 30% of its former might. The Navy no longer held dominion over the sea. They were now comparable only to a single emperor's crew. They could no longer monitor the world as a true superpower. Their backbone, the admirals, vice admirals, captains, had been shattered. It takes years to train a vice admiral, Sakazuki muttered bitterly, years. Then, are you holding this meeting just to assign blame, Sakazuki? Vice Admiral Guion stood, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. We all fought in that war, she said, all of us. Do you really think we survived because of our strength? She looked him dead in the eye. Why do you think we're still alive? Sakazuki didn't respond, because he knew the answer. Guion continued. When we fought against Crollo, I felt it immediately. If I had gone head-on, I would have died. But he didn't even look at me. He passed me, and went straight for the 5 elders. And Escanor, he could have killed you. We all saw what he did to the 5 elders. You, with your magma, standing in front of the sun, you wouldn't have lasted a second. Sakazuki's fists trembled. She was right, it wasn't mercy, it wasn't weakness. It was restraint. They had been spared. Why didn't they kill us? Gion asked, her voice now quieter. Why didn't they erase us like they did the celestial dragons? Because of Ryunosuke, because of his relationship with Garp. He gave the order. From the red line to Mary Joie's, they avoided us, on purpose. And if they hadn't, she gestured toward the room. None of us would be standing here. A long silence followed. Sakazuki sat down again, shoulders sagging. He hated the truth. But he couldn't deny it. This was the first time he had felt truly powerless. Even in past battles against the four emperors, he had never doubted himself. But the dragon hunter pirates? They fought like demons possessed. With no fear of death, no hesitation. A group of warriors willing to blow themselves apart just to take one more enemy down with them. That terrified him. Sakazuki. It was Sengoku who spoke now. We understand your anger. We feel it too. But maybe it's time we stop pointing fingers. And start asking what we need to change. He didn't call Sakazuki, Fleet Admiral. He called him by name. That, in itself, was telling. Change? Since the Navy's inception, they had always operated under the banner of the world government. Their funding came from above. Their orders were given from above. Their resources, their legitimacy, their power, all handed to them by the same rulers they were sworn to protect. And now, Sengoku was talking about change? Change sounded easy. But Sakazuki knew the truth. Even survival was uncertain. As long as the dragon hunters exist, Sakazuki muttered, our version of justice is dead. Because we can't beat them. No matter how hard we try, we'll never reach them. Then, he said something that stunned the room. What if we left the world government? The silence that followed was absolute. Even Sengoku, who had just suggested change, froze. Garp raised an eyebrow. Suru frowned. You mean to defect? Garp asked flatly. No support, Suru said. No military budget, no ships, no funds. The Navy has no income. We'd collapse within months. And then we'd face the wrath of the world government, Garp added. They'd see it as betrayal. And you know what they do to traitors. Sakazuki didn't respond. He knew the risks. But somewhere, deep inside, he believed it was the only way. The sea is our home, he said. We've bled for it. We've died for it. Let our protection be our payment. Let strength be our currency. His voice rose. We will rebuild, and we'll become something new. But Garp shook his head. The world government is angry, humiliated. If we leave now, they'll treat it like a rebellion. They won't hesitate to erase us. And with what's left of our forces, we can't survive that. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. The storm stirred by the war between the dragon hunter pirates and the world government had slowly faded into whispers. With the Navy crippled and the world government scrambling to regain its footing, the oceans were left unsupervised. Order collapsed. From the East Blue to the New World, chaos bloomed. Pirates surged like a tide, seizing territories, sacking islands, and throwing the world into disorder. And amid that chaos, some fools mistook silence for opportunity. Whiskey Peak, New World 4 pirate ships cut through the calm waters of Whiskey Peak's inland sea, their sails billowing with arrogance. This is it, boys, shouted Captain Bass, standing at the bow. The territory of the dragon hunter pirates. He spread his arms wide, grinning like a man who thought he'd already won. Isn't this the place that scared off every pirate who dared look at it? They say this mountain's rich, merchants, treasure, and no defenders. The crew behind him whooped and cheered, their blood pumping at the thought of easy spoils. We're going to make history today. A nervous crewmate stepped forward, lowering his voice. Captain, this was once Ryunosuke's turf. The dragon hunter pirates haven't been seen in months, sure, but... Base rolled his eyes. You scared of ghosts? He barked. They're long gone. We take this place, we'll be legends. The name Base Pirates will ring across every sea. In truth, Bass wasn't stupid. He had fought his way up from the West Blue and crossed into the Grand Line by crushing rivals. He knew when to gamble. And right now, he was betting that the dragon hunters were truly gone. Besides, he wasn't alone. Several pirate crews had allied with him in secret, watching from the distance, waiting. If Bass succeeded, they'd sweep in and claim the remaining bases of the once mighty dragon hunter pirates. In these seas, survival rarely came from strength alone. It came from strategy and numbers. Prepare for the assault. Base raised his blade, pointing it toward the mountain. Take Whiskey Peak. The 4 ships surged forward and soon docked without resistance. The port was open. Quiet. Too quiet. But Bass didn't care. He stepped onto the pier, laughing. The entire coastline had been developed into a grand harbor, with well-maintained roads winding up into the mountain town. A place once bustling with trade and power. And now, not a soul in sight. This place is ripe for the taking. Bass grinned. Captain, I still think we should. Bang, the crewmate didn't finish. Bass slammed the hilt of his sword into the man's face, sending him sprawling. No more whining. No more hesitation. We take this town. We become legends. Now, charge. The pirates roared, drawing weapons and storming up the road toward Whiskey Town, bloodlust in their eyes. Each one dreamed of bounties, fame, and glory. They would be the first pirates to conquer Dragon Hunter territory. Their names would soon appear on bounty posters across the world. But halfway up the mountain, they stopped. A small group of people stood in their path, calm and unmoving. Someone's in our way. Bass narrowed his eyes. At the front of the group stood a man with short brown hair, a slender blade on his hip, and a blank expression. He stepped forward. You came to loot Whiskey Town? He asked plainly. No need to answer. I already know. The man was Donald, one of the original defenders of Whiskey Peak. Base sneered. Well, aren't you brave? If you know what's good for you, hand over your women and your treasure, Bass said, licking his lips. Maybe I'll grant you a painless death. Donald didn't react. Instead, he slowly drew his blade. You must be mistaken. Do you even know what this place used to be? We weren't merchants. We weren't guards. We were pirate hunters. He stepped forward, armament hockey wrapping around his sword like ink swirling through water. And just because we haven't fought in a while doesn't mean we forgot how. Behind him, his comrades moved in unison, weapons drawn, eyes sharp. A silent storm waiting to break. Bass' smirk faded. Wait, what? Before he could finish, Donald flashed forward. Clang! His blade struck Bass across the chest, sending the pirate captain tumbling backward. The other pirates hesitated, and in that instant, Donald's group descended on them. The former pirate hunters of Whiskey Peak were not weak. They had trained under the dragon hunters themselves. And against ragtag pirates like Bass's crew, they were more than enough. Blades danced. Guns roared. Screams echoed. Blood painted the streets. Just as I thought, a shadowed figure murmured from a distance, watching from atop a cliff. These guys are the only ones left defending Whiskey Town. All we need to do is overrun them, and the rest of the territory will fall like dominoes. Now, move! Over 800 pirates charged from the surrounding forest, weapons raised. The allied crews had made their move. Their timing was perfect. But just as they descended on the town, crack! A tall figure appeared at the base of the road. He moved like a ghost, like a mountain. In one hand, he held the crushed head of the pirate who had led the charge. Blood and bone dripped from his fingers. Really? The man said coldly. Was it so hard to live like weaklings? You had to come here, just to die? He let the body fall. You're all here now, right? Then let me ask you. He raised his bloodied fist. Are you ready to die? Silence fell. Then, recognition dawned. Someone in the crowd screamed. It's Uvajin. A corps combatant. A member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates 2nd Division. Lord Uvajin. Seeing Uvajin step into battle, Donald immediately ordered everyone to fall back behind him. There was no need to fight anymore. Not when this man took the field. All that was left for them was to cheer, and maybe shout a few well-placed compliments during the bloodshed. That was their new role now. All right, leave this mess to me, Uvajin said casually, cracking his knuckles. Seriously, what's the captain thinking? Waiting until every single one of these bugs crawled out before I get to squash them? Wouldn't it have been simpler to just clean house in one go? As he grumbled, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, pure raw power, thick with killing intent. The pressure alone made the nearby pirates freeze in place. The wind picked up, the ground cracked, and for a moment, it felt like the mountain itself had awakened. Wait, didn't the world government say all the Dragon Hunter pirates were dead? Weren't they wiped out? Why is he here? That's Uvajin, madman Uvajin. We're all dead. The pirates trembled where they stood. Uvajin was infamous. A core combatant of the Dragon Hunter Pirates' 2nd Division. A walking tank known for his bloodthirsty brawling and love for destruction. Many pirates feared Ryunosuke. But Uvajin? He was fear incarnate. The fact that he stood here, alive and grinning, crushed every bit of fight left in them. I see you've come prepared, with the awareness that you're about to die, Uvajin said, casually shaking the blood from his hands. But, lucky for you, our captain gave the order. No killing today, just hard labor, he grinned. You'll work your sins off, 10 years of sweat, and I might let you live. Agree, or die. Simple enough, right? Without hesitation, the pirates dropped to their knees. We agree, we'll work, we'll do anything. It's an honor to serve the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Please, don't kill us. There was no pride left in them, only the desperate will to live. Uvajin nodded in satisfaction. Now that's what I like to hear. He turned to Donald. They're yours now. Do whatever you want with them. I'm off to train, this body still feels stiff. In a flash, Uvajin disappeared, leaving a crater where he had stood. Donald exhaled, then began organizing the would-be invaders. They were now manual laborers, coolies in service to the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Who would have thought? These men had come to conquer Whiskey Peak, and ended up rebuilding it instead. Still, Donald wasn't complaining. Manpower shortages had been a headache for months, and these clowns just solved it for free. Uvajin's reappearance sent shockwaves across the seas. Gurararara, Whitebeard chuckled, folding the newspaper in his hand. So, Uvajin has surfaced. I knew it. The Dragon Hunter Pirates aren't gone. They've just been hiding. He handed the paper to Ace, who read the headline with wide eyes. It says Uvajin acted on the captain's orders, Ace muttered, his voice trembling with excitement. That means. He clenched the paper tightly. Ryunosuke is alive. Whitebeard nodded. If you want to go, Ace, go. Ace looked up, surprised. You've been chasing this lead for half a year, Whitebeard said. If this is what you've been waiting for, then don't waste another second. Ace didn't need to hear more. He turned and rushed to prepare his ship. The Whitebeard pirates no longer hunted Blackbeard. There was no point. By all accounts, Teach had been reduced to ash by a mysterious woman summoned by Ryunosuke himself. Dead and gone. Now, their focus shifted back to what mattered, the tides of the new era. On board the Red Force, somewhere in the New World. Shanks, Ben Beckman said, handing over a newspaper, Uvajin of the 2nd Division has appeared. Location: Whiskey Peak. And according to the report, the captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates is alive. Shanks stared at the headline for a moment, then chuckled. Of course he's alive. Ben raised an eyebrow. You're saying no one from their crew died? Shanks leaned back against the railing. Beckman, think about it. Yahiko, Escanor, even Conrad. They all pushed their bodies beyond the limit. We've seen the footage. Their bodies shattered. They're dead. Are they? Shanks asked, smiling. Ben was silent. Shanks held up a white stone, letting the sunlight hit its surface. The sea has changed, he said. The rules we've known for decades no longer apply. The Dragon Hunter Pirates will rise again, and when they do, this sea won't be ready. Ben Beckman didn't argue. He couldn't, not after all he'd seen. As news spread, pirate crews across the world froze in place. Many who had begun moving against Dragon Hunter territory now halted their plans entirely. No matter how tempting the treasure, no matter how undefended the islands appeared, no one wanted to face Uvajin, or worse, face Ryunosuke. East Blue, Logatown, ha 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 ha. You know, your tale might even be wilder than Gold D. Rogers, Irwin laughed, setting down his mug. Across from him sat Ryunosuke. He looked unchanged, calm, composed, the weight of the world hidden behind a sharp gaze. Even his presence felt heavier now. What about the world government? Irwin asked, tone shifting. Any signs of their final trump card? Ryunosuke shook his head. Not yet, he said, but I'm sure it exists. Imu isn't the strongest. Not even close. Even with the power of the Heavenly King, she's not the final wall. Irwin nodded thoughtfully. Then there's someone else. There has to be, Ryunosuke replied. Rox mentioned it in his journal. A young man stood in front of Emu, someone even she didn't command, someone who didn't make a move during the war. Which means, he couldn't, or he was forbidden. Either way, the world government hasn't revealed all its cards. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. We shook the world. But the real war hasn't even begun. After hearing Ryunosuke's words, Uncle Erwin fell silent, a thoughtful expression rising to his weathered face. Information about the world government, that alone was enough to stir the curiosity of any former Pirate King's crewmate. Even Roger, the man who shook the seas, had never dared to go this far. Now, the dragon hunter pirates had nearly reduced the holy land of Mary Joise to rubble. The news was explosive. Delicious, even, for someone like Erwin, who once sailed under the flag of dreams. By the way, little friend Ryunosuke, Erwin said, stroking his chin. You mentioned that Rox left behind some messages. Clues about the Heavenly King, the world government, even someone behind it all. Are you certain those things are true? Ryunosuke didn't answer immediately. His eyes drifted toward the shop window, watching the lazy clouds drift across the sky. They're just theories for now, he finally said. Guesses based on what I've read, but I believe it won't be long before we get the answers. He turned back to Erwin, voice calm but firm. The world government's power has fallen to an all-time low. They're bleeding. If they want to hold on to control, they'll need to act soon. Otherwise, the allied nations will walk away one by one. Without protection, what's the point of their yearly tribute? Their gold means nothing now. Erwin chuckled, though there was a shadow behind his eyes. You people don't do anything by half measures. Then, his tone shifted. But Ryunosuke, tell me honestly. Did you really go to war with the world government, just for the sake of your logistics squad? That was the story going around, after all. That the Dragon Hunter pirates declared war after their lowest ranking unit, nothing more than a miscellaneous worker squad, was wiped out. To Erwin, something about that didn't add up. Ryunosuke didn't flinch. That's part of it. His voice dropped, carrying a weight that made Erwin's expression sober. The logistics squad was the trigger. But I've had my sights set on the world government long before that. If they hadn't moved against us first, I might have waited another year or so, maybe. He paused. But after seeing Im's methods, I don't think she craves power. Not in the way the celestial dragons do. It feels more like, she's waiting, gathering strength. A long silence passed between them. Uncle Erwin, Ryunosuke continued, what exactly is Raftel? Why is even the world government afraid of it? He had asked before. Each time, Erwin dodged the question. Now, he was trying again, hoping this Roger's former crewmate's conscience might speak. Erwin looked away for a moment, as if trying to bury old memories. Raftel, he exhaled slowly. That place is taboo. A shadow at the end of the world. Roger called it a treasure, but in truth, it's more like a dream or a warning. If you don't have the strength to carry the truth, you'll be crushed by it. He glanced at Ryunosuke, a ghost of a smile on his lips. But you might just be strong enough. Ryunosuke's brows furrowed. Even now, Erwin wouldn't say more. Raftel, no, Laughtale, was clearly no ordinary island. By the way, Erwin added, shifting the topic, what's your next move? You know, once the Dragon Hunter pirates return to the sea, there are only two paths left. Either the world government accepts your existence and brands you a special group, or they hunt you down across the globe like monsters. Ryunosuke didn't answer immediately. He stood, brushed the dust off his cloak, and smiled. We're not setting sail just yet. We'll rest a bit longer, let the world stew. He turned toward the door. The only thing I need to do now is announce that the Dragon Hunter pirates have returned. With that, he vanished. Erwin remained seated, staring at the spot where Ryunosuke had stood. Roger, that kid's going after it. He's really going to challenge everything. I hope I live long enough to hear him speak about Raftel. Then, he quietly returned to his post behind the counter, just another old shopkeeper in Logatown. No one would suspect he once sailed with the Pirate King. Back aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship, Ryunosuke was greeted by Najenda, who stepped forward with a report. Captain, all crew members have been successfully revived. We're ready to set sail whenever you give the order. Da Flamingos arranged everything for us in the new world, but Kuina hasn't returned yet." She paused. "There's no word from her." Ryunosuke nodded, his face calm. It had taken 6 full months for him to completely recover after his resurrection by Pain's reincarnation skill. His strength was monstrous. So of course, his revival took longer than anyone else's. That was also why the Dragon Hunter pirates had gone quiet for so long. Thankfully, he'd chosen the kingdom of Yakislan as the resurrection point. If it had been somewhere like under the Red Line, he wasn't sure even he could have avoided Im's gaze. "Call everyone back," Ryunosuke said. "Anyone still outside, recall them. We still don't know the world government's next move. Morgan's doesn't have anything useful, as usual, so for safety's sake, we regroup before we move." Then, he walked toward the far side of the ship and opened his panel. Reputation value. 120,000. 6 months ago, he had spent 100,000 reputation to summon Merlin. Now, without doing anything, he had already earned back more than that. His name had become a legend across the seas, even though the Dragon Hunter pirates hadn't made a single move. He smirked. Total reputation, almost 2 million. This next announcement would send it skyrocketing. Just then, a voice chimed behind him. "Captain, something strange is happening with time here." It was Merlin. She walked up to him with a notepad in her hand. "Based on my calculations, the flow of time in this realm doesn't match the sea we came from. If we return to our original world," she looked up, "it's possible only a single day will have passed." Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. "That's convenient." Then his eyes narrowed slightly. "Escanor, what do you think you're doing?" A hulking figure immediately froze behind a crate, head slowly rising like a guilty puppy. "Nothing," Escanor barked, standing stiffly. His eyes darted to Merlin, then back to Ryunosuke. "I was just passing by." Ryunosuke sighed. This was the true reason Ryunosuke dared to storm Mary Joie's. They couldn't die. Not a single one of them. From the strongest division captains down to the most ordinary deckhands. Everyone aboard the Dragon Hunter pirates had been bound by the Hell Contract. A blood pact sealed through Jigokudo and enforced by the spirit of Hades, the Hell King herself. With this, even death wasn't permanent. They could all be resurrected. But Ryunosuke had never told the lower-ranking members about that. If word got out, it could leak to the outside world. And if the world discovered a pirate crew with the ability to defy death itself, then Jigokudike would become the most wanted target in the world. People would do anything to capture him. The world government, Yonko crews, underground syndicates, bounty hunters, none would rest. And since the world didn't know Jigokudo was bound to Ryunosuke through recruitment, they'd assume he was an independent asset. That kind of global storm wasn't what Ryunosuke wanted. He didn't want to rule the world. He wanted freedom. So after the battle at Mary Joie's, while the world speculated their deaths, the Dragon Hunter pirates quietly retreated. Hell King and Jigokudo began the long process of bringing them all back. Even with divine powers, it took 5 full months to resurrect the entire crew. And now, Marin, Ryunosuke called, turning toward the tall silver-haired engineer. "I'll leave the hull to you. Coordinate repairs and modifications. Escanor is your support. Call him if you need anything." Then he turned toward Escanor. "If she gives you trouble, you report to me." "Yes, Captain." Marin and Escanor replied in unison, saluting smartly before walking off. Currently, only the Phantom Troop had been dispatched to the Grand Line. The rest of the Dragon Hunters remained docked. Najenda handled operations and logistics. Yahiko coordinated external intelligence. Meliodas and the others, monsters of legendary strength, were on standby. Each member of the 7 deadly sins held enough power to tip the balance of the world. That was when Najenda burst in with a grim expression, dragging Conrad along, injured and bruised. "Captain." A powerful Marine appeared in the East Blue. "He's been targeting our logistics crews, multiple squads have been hit." Conrad just got back. "We couldn't stop him." Ryunosuke raised a brow. "A Marine?" Conrad nodded weakly. "His strength, it's admiral level. We even used our Sulong forms, still got flattened." He said his name is Branch Vice Admiral Yakos. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. Yakos? He'd never heard of the man. That wasn't surprising. The marine system had many hidden monsters stashed away, but a vice admiral from a branch, not HQ, having admiral-level power? That was strange. Did he capture any of ours? Ryunosuke asked coldly. No, Conrad said, shaking his head, but he left a message. He said, one day, we'll capture you, just like we captured the Pirate King, Roger. Ryunosuke's expression twisted into amusement. Oh, he said that? Interesting. This guy must be connected to Garp. Maybe even part of his past. He reached for his Den Den Mushi, New World, Navy HQ. The sun was high. Garp, shirtless and snacking on senbei, lounged in a reclining chair under the shade. Peace, finally. After the war at Mary Joieuse, the world government had stopped giving orders to the Navy. The admirals were recovering. The fleet was fractured. Even Sengoku, who once carried the weight of the Navy on his back, now sat nearby sipping tea with Garp, basking in the rare calm. Beru, 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 the Den Den Mushi rang. Eh? Garp scratched his head. It's that brat. He picked up. You finally remembered to call me, you little bastard? He shouted into the receiver, annoyed but grinning. Sengoku looked over, curious. That tone could only mean one thing. Someone Garp considered family. Sorry, old man, came the voice from the other end, calm, commanding. Unmistakable. Sengoku's expression darkened. He knew that voice. Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. The man who shook the foundations of the world. You're alive, Sengoku muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples. What do you want? Garp asked, feigning irritation. Old man, I came across a marine, Ryunosuke said. Said he's a vice admiral from your branch. Name's Yakos. Can I kill him? I just want to know if he's one of yours. Silence fell for a moment. Then Garp sighed. So he's shown up again. Yakos was once my partner. We fought side by side decades ago. But he changed. He's still officially a marine, but these days, he acts alone. If he attacked your crew, then I've got no complaints. You want to take him down? Go ahead. Garp's tone was measured, but there was no hesitation. Sengoku looked over sharply. That's it? You're giving the green light? Garp leaned back and smiled. Yakos picked a fight with the Dragon Hunters. And Ryunosuke plays by his own rules. If Yakos dies, that's on him. Besides, he added, glancing at the Den Den Mushi with a hint of pride, the boy didn't go after the Navy at Mary Joieuse. His target was clear. He left us a way out. Sengoku grunted. Still, he's dangerous. Garp chuckled. So was Roger. So was Whitebeard. This era belongs to Ryunosuke now. Back aboard the Dragon Hunter ship, I understand, old man. I'll handle it. Ryunosuke ended the call. Behind him, Najenda waited silently.